Let's take a look around the rest of the Big Sky. We got 3 finals in the books. We've got 1 game going on, and this is the last game to kick off around the Big Sky this week. So the Montana Grizz, they've taken care of their business today. They won 63-7 against Eastern Washington, but Lucas Johnson, their starting quarterback, ended that game on crutches. So we do not know what his status will be for next week, but he's missed some games, and their offense has not looked the same when he has been out of the ball game. Northern Colorado won an incredible game against Northern Arizona today. Northern Colorado won 21-20. They put together a 25-play drive to win it, and then they converted a 2-point conversion to win by 1. So they could have kicked the PAT, but instead they ended up going for 2 and winning in that ball game. So crazy game. Weber State beats Idaho State today 45-7, and UC Davis has just scored again on the road at Idaho. They lead 21-7 early in the second quarter. All right, we will take a break. When we get back, we'll be ready to rock and roll between Montana State and Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the penultimate game of the regular season. Montana State trying to tie a program record for conference wins. Right now they are 6-0. A seventh win today would tie that mark, and they would set up an opportunity to try to set a new mark next week. But for now, Cats try to take care of business on the road and send Cal Poly to an 0-7 start in conference play. At First Interstate Bank, it's all about supporting our communities and cheering on our teams. Thank you for letting us be your trusted community bank for more than 50 years. First Interstate Bank, built for you, member FDIC. My name is Keaton Galogly, along with Mikey Ryder and Dylan McPhail in the booth. We've got Dan Davies down on the sidelines today, and Jesse Ropolato is back in the studios. We'll go down to Dan here momentarily as we get to our weather report presented by Wheat Montana. And yes, we are in California, but we've got some of that cool coastal weather. It's 54 degrees, clear blue skies. The sun has just set behind the mountains that are behind the other press box. We're in one press box. There's another one on the other side of the field. And so we're starting to get into that twilight hour, and it will get down into about the mid-40s, maybe even low 40s today. So, you know, if you're watching on Behind the Mic or you're watching our stream in the booth, that's why we're all bundled up, because we're ready to go. And, you know, look, Mikey, there's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothes, right?
No, that's the truth. I'd rather be, you're able to take those clothes off. So I'm layered up. For those people watching online, I feel a little bit almost ashamed as I'm down in California with a hoodie and a down jacket on, but here we are. Yeah. I'd rather be warm than cold.
We're going to broadcast better if we're comfortable.
That's the truth.
All right, let's go catch our man down on the sidelines. Dan Davies is down around the 15-yard line. Dan, how is it down there?
You know, it is nice right now as the sun continues to go down, but you're right. You guys are talking about it gets cool down here, but it's not as cold as it is in Bozeman right now. I can guarantee you that. But the atmosphere is good. The fans are starting to file in, but there's got a lot of Bobcat fans who might hold their own against the Cal Poly Mustang fans.
Yeah, that's something we see plenty around the country, but you're right. I think Montana State fans are kind of like right even with the Cal Poly fans here, and Cal Poly is about to have their team come out on the field, so this is the Cal Poly Mustangs. They've got two Mustangs that will lead them out onto the field, so now they've got a couple of horses that'll help lead this crew out. They're kind of wandering around and just circling around the tunnel to our right. We'd like to get you starting lineups, but we have not been given them today, so we don't have true starting lineups for this ball game. So we can kind of make the guess, but we don't have the official starting lineups in front of us, unfortunately. But we do have what the two deep at least says, although that is a little bit different than kind of what we will see in this ball game when you take a look at both of these teams. But for Montana State on the offensive side, again today, of course, Tommy Mellott is the quarterback for Montana State. Sean Chambers looks like he's going to play. He was warming up pretty emphatically, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him today. That hasn't been official yet. Elijah Elliott and Garrett Kuhn are the running backs. Taco Dollar still listed as the starting slot receiver, but Cleveland Thomas Jr. is here and ready to go. He was warming up. Willie Patterson is one of the other receivers along with Ravi Alston. And then the linemen, Rush Reimer, J.T. Reed, Justice Perkins, Omar Ibedian, and Jacob Kettles. So that's the side for Montana State on the offensive side of the ball. On the defensive side of the ball, Brody Grebe is out today. We're expecting Kenneth Iden to slip into that starting role on the edge. Sebastian Valdez, Blake Schmidt, and Ben Seymour round out that defensive line. Ben Seymour was a guy who really got a lot of credit this week from Brent Vigen. He played something like 70 snaps in that game against Northern Arizona. Just an absolute beast. Defensively as well at the linebacker position is going to be Callahan O'Reilly and Nolan Askelson. McCade O'Reilly is backing his brother up now, so he's listed on the two deep, so we may end up seeing McCade get out there today. Ty Okada back in the nickelback position. Rylan Ort and Jeffrey Manning Jr. are the safeties. It'll be interesting to see how Ort performs in his second game back today. And then James Campbell and Simeon Woodard are the cornerbacks today. Over on the other side, offensively for Cal Poly, Spencer Brash is the quarterback, the 6'4" junior. He can really throw the ball. Jacoby Harper is the running back. Their wide receivers, the leader is Chris Coleman, number 6. He leads the conference in receptions and yards. Centers is one of the other wide receivers along with Logan Boer. And then on the line, it's Leota Fineu, Weichman, Camposano, and Anderson on, again, the offensive line for Cal Poly. On the defensive side, it's Ponder, Vaccamelio, Vinu, Greer on the defensive line. Meyer and Jones are two of the linebackers. Cole, one of the cornerbacks, along with Dylan Watt. Javion Cole is the guy who leads the team in interceptions. He's got 4 of them this season. And then Dukes is one of the safeties along with McCormick, and then Jeremy Justice is the nickelback. So that is what Cal Poly is running out there, and Bo Baldwin is the head coach. And Mikey, when you take a look at this coaching staff, man, they are pretty loaded in the coaching staff.
Yeah, they really do have quite a few, savvy vets. Paul Wolf being the first one I think of. He was the former head coach at Washington State, also at Eastern Washington. They've really got quite the crew. Eric Meyer, he's the pass game coordinator down here at Cal Poly, and he was the prolific quarterback up there at Eastern Washington. So those are just to name a few, but this is a talented staff. They like to throw the football. We'll see some of that this evening. They're certainly going to be a pass-first offense, and look, they've thrown 15 interceptions as a team, 7 fumbles, so they have turned the ball over quite a bit. But as you mentioned, Spencer Brash, he's got a capable arm. He's a Cal transfer. He's a sophomore, I believe, out of Gilbert, Arizona. So he's only one of 6 non-California players on this roster, which I thought was pretty fascinating. And given the fertile recruiting territory right here in the state of California, makes total sense.
Yeah, so they're on the right track. It's been a bad year for Cal Poly, of course, at 1-8, 0-6 of the Big Sky, but they're going to get this thing going sooner rather than later. And you just don't want to be the team that's the first stepping stone on that climb
Yeah,
back.
hopefully it's not tonight.
All right, we're ready to rock. Montana State will kick it off from right to left. They're in the road white uniforms with the navy blue pants. They've got the Block M gold helmets on and the blue numbers outlined in gold. Cal Poly is in the forest green uniform tops, white numbers, gold pants. They've got the matte green helmets and an interlocked CP logo in gold on the helmets as well. Bobcat Nation, Toyota has created a rewards program specifically for you. As part of the Toyota Rewards program, you can win exclusive swag throughout the year, along with receiving a premium giveaway in the mail each time you bring your vehicle in to be serviced at your local Montana Toyota dealers. We are ready to go. Glessner approaches the football at the 35-yard line. This right-footed kick is in the air and hauled in just out in front of the end zone. Taking it back to the right side along the numbers, and he dives forward up at the 25-yard line, and they will start just shy of that 25-yard line. So nice coverage there by Montana State on special teams.
Yeah, Coy Steeler on the tackle. I can tell that was a pretty good collision there. He's holding the shoulder. Hopefully he's okay. Alex Johnson, linebacker out of Helena High School there in Helena. Hopefully both those guys are okay. A pretty big collision.
So it is Kenneth Iden, Bozeman native, who is starting on the defensive line for the injured Brody Grebe today. Spencer Brash is the quarterback. He's ready to go in a shotgun formation on the right hash mark at the 24-yard line. Here's the snap. They hand it off, and he is swallowed up. Ty Okada on the stop quickly in the backfield. Jacoby Harper stopped quickly, and it's second down coming up for Cal Poly.
Yeah, offensively, Jacoby Harper, you mentioned, he's their leading rusher. He's going to get quite a few touches, and they're also going to use him in the pass game as well. He's a capable threat out of the backfield.
Pistol formation. Here's the snap. They fire it to that running back, and he is upended. Whoa, that was a heck of a stop over on the right side. Thankfully, Harper is okay. That was James Campbell who came diving in at the ankles, and he got cartwheeled over. It looked like Harper landed on his head or neck, but he popped back up. It looks like he's all right. That was a scary play.
Yeah, nice trigger there by James Campbell. He's clearly responsible for that bubble, and that bubble happens, and they throw that little swing screen out to the tailback, and that's a nice trigger by James Campbell getting him down.
3rd and 11 for Cal Poly at their own 24. Here's the snap. Brash steps up out of pressure, stops at the line of scrimmage, fires to the side, and then is caught near the left sideline at the 40-yard line. So able to escape some pressure. And Josh Cuevas, the starting 10 end, who's a very good receiver, able to make the first catch of the first down for Cal Poly up to the 40.
Yeah, this is a beat-up offensive line. Showed it right there, but still Spencer scrambles and throws downfield. When they get a first down, this is Bo Baldwin-esque. This is what he does. When they get a first down, they go hurry up right after that play. I've seen this movie quite a few times.
Brash takes the snap. He fires into the flat of the right side. Bobbled but corralled, able to make one man miss, and then it's Simeon Woodard on the stop with a little help from Rylan Ort after that catch was made over on the right sideline.
So we're seeing it early. This offense likes to get the ball out on the perimeter. Some of these bubbles, what they call these now screens, it's forcing these Bobcats running sideline to sideline, and you got to tackle in space. You've got to shed blocks on the perimeter, and then you got to make sure you're playing with good eyes, because off of the bubbles comes the fake bubbles and goes, and you got to make sure you're disciplined.
2nd and 8. Here's the snap. Play action, rolling out left, fires into the flat, bobbled and dropped. Had some space over there on the left side, and he could not corral it. That was Cuevas on the drop.
Yeah, just a naked bootleg there, and he had a guy open. Ryan Askelson, or Nolan Askelson, excuse me, rather, doing a really good job there, force and contain, and making Spencer throw that ball a little sooner than he wanted to. Still a drop ball on the perimeter, fortunate bounce there for the Bobcat defense.
3rd and 8 from their own 42-yard line. Mustangs with the football in their home green uniform tops. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right in a shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Rash looking to throw, steps up in the pocket, fires, and that ball is incomplete. Nicely done by Ty Okada on the coverage up around the 50-yard line. And now it's 4th and 8, and Cal Poly will punt it away. So the Cats get a pretty good stop that time.
Yeah, really good stop there by Ty Okada, and you need that. The veteran guy, played a lot of football on the road, really good job getting off the field. We talked about it in the pregame. You can't be on the field as much as they were last week against Northern Arizona. Got to get off the field, get the ball back in the offense's hands, let this Bobcat go to work.
So they will punt. Cal Poly will boot it away from left to right. Taco Dollar is back. Here's the snap. The left-footed kick is in the air toward the 20-yard line. Dollar streaking over. He will not make the catch. It kicks off the 25-yard line and takes a Montana State bounce out near the 30, and the Cats will take over at about their own 29-yard line for their first offensive possession of the ball game. Not only is dairy delicious, but it also promotes health as well. Just 3 servings of dairy a day improves overall wellness and may reduce the risk of developing some chronic diseases. It's a quick, convenient, and economic way to make sure you are staying strong and healthy on and off the field. So the Cats have their first possession of the day. Cleveland Thomas is back out on the field starting the ball game today, so very excited to see him back after some of those compliance issues. He's bunched up on the left side with Willie Patterson. It's a pistol formation. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Elijah Elliott. He cuts up the middle and is dragged down from behind up near the 35-yard line. Another nice, smooth, shifty run by Elijah Elliott, who's having a great year. That's his 83rd carry. He's up over 460 yards on the season, averaging close to 6 yards per carry on the year.
Yeah, he's been so productive, and I bet he gets quite a few carries here today. Going to try and establish dominance up front. This is a defense that gives up 40 points per game. This offense should have some pretty good big run lanes today.
4 receivers, 2 on either side. Here's the shotgun snap. They do give it to Elliott. Big push by the offensive line, and Elliott's got a first down, and he's taken down to the 45-yard line, just shy of the 50. First Interstate Bank first down, and those were 2 big booming runs by Elliott.
Absolutely. You know, talking to Jimmy Beal, the running backs coach, they felt pretty good about once they got into the second level, making a guy miss. That's where they're going to gain quite a few yards here tonight. They feel good about making guys miss on that young secondary and some little bit of inexperienced linebackers as well.
Cats have Thomas and Alston spread out to the right side. Snell, the tight end, on the line. Willie Patterson all by himself on the left side. Elliott in the backfield on the right hash mark. Tommy Malott ready to go. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Elliott runs right up the middle, and he dives forward again. That offensive line is getting some pushes right now, Mikey. They are really shoving these guys around.
And this is what you want to do. And if I wouldn't be surprised if this is a heavy dose of run all evening long on the road. You want to establish some dominance and chew up some clock when possible and continue to move these chains.
So far, 3 carries, 3 plays, 21 yards for Elijah Elliott, who's in the pistol formation with Tommy Malott again on the right hash mark. This one up to the 50-yard line, 2nd and 6. Here's the snap. They fake the handoff. Here's Malott. Takes a deep ball down the middle of the field, too strong, and we got a flag on the play. Robbie Alston was tied up a little bit, and there's a flag at the 20-yard line, and Willie Patterson celebrating for his teammate.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell how much grabbing went on. Clearly the ref saw something there. He was tugging a little bit too much, overthrown. He had a guy wide open. Robbie Alston did a great job winning the line of scrimmage and making a guy miss right off the line of scrimmage on his release. Had a lot of space there. I think he got caught for holding.
Yep, so we don't have a ref mic, so we apologize for that. We're just going to be figuring it out, and we'll let you know. And the officials are actually talking to the other press box, so we're going to have to mirror it while we get it. So that's a little inside baseball today. All right, here we go. Montana State, after that, picking up that pass interference, moves into plus territory at the 35-yard line. They got first down with 11 minutes to go in the first quarter. No score. Pistol snap. Malott will toss it to Marquis Johnson, racing to his right outside the numbers, cuts back at the 30, spins off one more man, and he finally goes down after another 3 or 4 yards, pushing forward across the 25-yard line. Looks like he's going to have that first down. He does. First Interstate Bank first down. That was a nice run by Marquis Johnson.
Yeah, a ton of effort there on a speed option look into the boundary. Tommy pauses quickly and then gets into speed option phase. Easy pitch. Great run by Marquis Johnson.
We owe you a legal. We'll get that to you in a moment here. Montana State with 1st and 10 again up at the 25-yard line, pressing and pushing against Cal Poly. Try to take advantage and really take care of business. You want to win it. You don't want to just win this game. You want to win this game by a wide margin today. Taco Dollar in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Running left. He is dragged down in the backfield. Marquis Johnson had nowhere to go. That was a nice job by Cal Poly. They really penetrated that time.
Yeah, interesting play design there. They ended up running a jet sweep with Taco Dowler going from our right to left, and then they end up actually giving the ball to Marquis Johnson on a little end around on that same exact side. So not necessarily a misdirection. The motion went in the same direction as the run. A little bit interesting play design. I think it was by design, obviously, but I haven't really seen that a whole lot.
Here's Garrett Kuhn for the first time in the backfield, coming off a career-high 58 yards on the ground in the last game against Northern Arizona, including a couple of really key rushes late in that game. Here's the snap. They do give it to Kuhn. He runs up the middle and is brought down. Got up to about the 30-yard line, so still a little ways back here. See where they actually specifically spotted what they're still behind the original line of scrimmage with 3rd down coming up, and they're up to the 30 or 29-yard line rather.
Yeah, 3rd and long. Man, he was one guy away there. Nice blocking up front, as well as Derek Snell. Good blocking. If he was able to break one more tackle, he would have busted that thing loose.
4 receivers, 2 to the right. That's Patterson and Dowler. Snell in the slot on the left side with Robbie Olson on the left hash mark. They're in a pistol formation. Now Kuhn steps up to the right hip of Tommy Malott. He's ready to go. Claps his hands, takes a chest-high snap, looking to throw. Looking left, down the left sideline. Ball's in the air. That is incomplete. Just overthrew Robbie Olson, and that'll bring up 4th down for Montana State. They'll bring the kicking unit out. Once again, we see Montana State early in this game trying to take some deep shots down the field. The touch not quite there for Malott.
No, not quite there, and really that was a bailed corner, and not a lot of space for Robbie Alston. Love to see just some balls over the middle, attacking the middle of the field in between the hashes. Haven't seen a whole lot of that. Anytime that they're throwing the ball deep, it's really those fade balls. Not a lot doing.
Here's the snap, the hold, the kick. This is up. It has plenty of leg. Boy, that thing is good, and about 8 rows up, and that is a successful field goal from Blake Lessner. The Cats have taken a 3-0 lead with 8:54 to go in the first quarter. All right, let's before we take a break, let's pause 10 seconds for our network station identification. This is Bobcat Football.
Digital game program to get roster stats and inside information on today's game. The digital program is free, so visit gopoly.com/publications to get your digital program now.
46-yard field goal from Blake Lessner. Cats up 3-0 over the Mustangs. 8:54 to go in the first quarter. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat Football from Learfield. Ford Lincoln of Bozeman, your Ford truck headquarters. From F-Series trucks to Ford SUVs, we can help you find just the right Ford for your busy life. Stop by or visit KendallFordBozeman.com. Cats have taken a 3-0 lead with 8:54 to go in the first quarter. It was a 46-yard boot from Blake Glessner. He's having a great season, the reigning Big Sky Special Teams Player of the Week. He is now 12 for 17 in the field goal department. He's now 4 for 5 in that 40 to 49 range of field goals. So he's been steady Eddie so far, and now he will line up this kick from right to left as the Cats lead the Mustangs 3-0. Here's the right-footed kick from Glessner in the air, a little bit short again inside that 5-yard line. No, it does reach the end zone, and it is a touchback. All right, let's go down to the sideline. Dan Davies is down there. Dan, what'd you see on the Cats' first drive?
Hey, good opening drive for both the offense and the defense. The Bobcats only offensively come out with 3 points, but defense got the stop, forced a punt, and even though the special teams in there got on the board. So good opening series here as we're halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah, they ran the heck out of the ball. 6 carries, 27 yards, 21 yards on 3 carries for Elijah Elliott already, man. Just really taking care of business as usual. Cal Poly takes over for the second time today. They're on their own 25-yard line after the kickoff touchback. Here's the snap. They hand it off, running left through the line of scrimmage, breaks a tackle outside the numbers, and he's finally knocked out of bounds with a shoulder from Nolan Askelson after picking up that first down marker across the 35-yard line.
Yeah, Rylan Ort came down from his safety position, and he had him dead to rights and was unable to bring him down. We've seen Rylan Ort last week against NAU actually miss quite a few tackles as well. He's new into the starting lineup. One of the first things to go, and I can relate there in that safety spot. It's tough to tackle when you've been, not doing it live in games for weeks.
First and 10 snap, they fire into the flat on the left side, caught by Coleman, and he's undercut quickly just across the 40-yard line. That's James Campbell on the stop.
Just another now screen, as they call it, out to the perimeter. It's just an extension of the run game. How fast can I get the ball into our playmakers' hands? And we've seen it time and time again here, this first 2 drives. They're not afraid to just get that ball out there to the numbers and see if they can get some positive yardage.
Correction, that was Woodard on the stop on the left side. Here's the shotgun snap. Handoff, and he's blown up right at the line of scrimmage. That was a great sure-handed tackle by Rylan Ort, bringing down the running back right away. Beautifully done.
Yeah, what a nice trigger. Downhill, that was a counter play. He read that perfectly. He was in the box fitter from his safety position, and he came down and he brought the hammer.
Empty backfield. Late substitution over on the left side. They've got 3 receivers there, 2 on the right. Quick pause after that late substitution to allow Montana State to get out the right personnel on the field. Ready to go on 3rd and 5. Here's the snap, looking to throw down the middle. That is knocked free. Callahan O'Reilly. He laid out, knocked that ball down to the turf. That brings up 4th down. What a play.
Yeah, what a great play. And he long arms it there, finds a way to get the ball on the ground. From a linebacker position, he did a really good job. That was a route that was trying to really bend behind Callahan O'Reilly, and he did a really good job holding that seam and really what they call a bend back. He kind of bent with that over route, found a way to get his hand in there. Really good coverage by the veteran linebacker, Callahan O'Reilly.
And that'll force the punt on 4th and 5, their own 42-yard line. Here's the snap, high snap, corralled. Here's the kick, down the right sideline. Taco Dollar inside the 20. Fair catch called, and he got hit. The flag is on the field, so the Cats will pick up that penalty. Wasn't really intentional, kind of lost his momentum, but the Cats will catch a break, and they'll get some pretty good field position here after they interfered with the punt returner. 7:12 to go in the first quarter. Montana State leads 3-0 against Cal Poly. Here's the call. Yep, as we expected. So the penalty interfering with Taco Dollar. And we will get a timeout on the field. So one more time, 7:12 to go in the first quarter. Montana State taking over with a 3-0 lead over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
We would like to recognize all the cadets from
Our ability to grow has come through our commitment to Rocky Mountain hospitality, a concept which incorporates a casual attitude with our commitment to loyalty, safety, service, and quality food. We hope you'll be our guest at one of our Montana locations soon. 7:12 to go in the first quarter. Montana State set to take over at their own 32-yard line. They lead 3-0. And Mikey, we saw Sean Chambers kind of warming up on the sideline. Wouldn't be surprised if we see him on this drive or soon today.
Yeah, not sure if they're going to try and get a few reps under his belt prior to next week. I would assume he's going to go next week, all things considered. It'd be nice to get a few reps in his tank here. He hasn't played since Idaho State game, as you mentioned, on October 8th. So it's been a while since he's played. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It was Northern Colorado. In October 15th, he actually played. But would love to see him get a few carries, knock a little bit of the rust off ahead of next week.
Guys, I've heard he's going to play tonight.
Okay,
right.
good.
Thank you, Dan Davies, down on the sideline. Always appreciate your eyes. Two receivers to the right in a pistol formation on the left hash mark. Here's the snap. They will hand it off. Elijah Elliott running left. Spins off a man at the 40. He's got space. Elliott down the left sideline at the 30. Out to the 20, and he's tripped up out of bounds inside the Rosauers red zone. What a burst by Elijah Elliott.
He has got such good vision on the second and third levels. What an awesome run. He finds a way to spin out of a tackler. Just such good vision, such good production by Elijah Elliott. Good to see him carrying much of the load here this evening.
Up to the 19-yard line after that First Interstate Bank first down. Boy, and that spin move he had in the secondary was something to behold. Out of the pistol formation, Elliott's still in there. Here's the snap. They hand it off to him again. Hits the line, and he is brought down. Now, nowhere to go that time. A rare instance in which the Cats' offensive line didn't get much of a push.
No, they didn't. And credit the run fits by Cal Poly. Ended up pulling a guard there, and they've struggled, Cal Poly's defense has, and fit some of what they call gap schemes with pulling linemen, but they did a pretty good job on that time, and Elijah Elliott looked a little bit gassed on after that long run as well. Didn't have as much fight in that one.
We got an injured Cal Poly player down on the left sideline now. Bozeman Health injury timeout as they take a look at him at about the 25-yard line. Town Pump, the exclusive sponsor of the exciting Brawl of the Wild, invites you to visit a Town Pump store on your way home for gas and snacks. Safe travels from Town Pump. The Grizz did win today. In fact, they blew out Eastern Washington. They scored over 60 points in that game. So they're set. They're ready to go for this game next week.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge, as they've kind of had a few ball games slip through their hands late in the season, ones they feel like they should have won, but it'll be an interesting battle, as it always is, in the Brawl of the Wild.
For the Cats, as long as they take care of business today, everything will be on the line. There's going to be a chance to secure a Big Sky Conference championship next week if they win today. Right now, the Cats up 3-0 with 6:24 to go in the first quarter. Second and 15 coming up for Montana State. They are at the 24-yard line in Cal Poly territory now. Elijah Elliott, the big burst and the big run on this series. He's in the pistol formation. Actually, I believe that's Marquis Johnson. Yes, it is. Marquis Johnson in the pistol formation with two receivers right. Snell tight to the line on the left side. From the left hash mark, the second down snap. Here it is. Malott running right. He's got a man to pitch. Gives it to Marquis Johnson. Turns upfield to the right sideline, and he is spun out of bounds just shy of the first down marker. Nice block by Tommy Malott after pitching that thing off, and now the Cats have third and manageable.
Yeah, they went back to that same look in the first series with speed option. Tommy gets to the second level, and he actually keeps it and then gives it long, about 5 or 6 yards down the field. Marquis Johnson does the rest.
Setting up out of a pistol formation again. One receiver right, one to the left. Marquis Johnson in there on the right hash mark of the pistol formation. 3rd and 2 from the 12-yard line. Here's the snap. Malott running left. Pitches out to Johnson. He runs left. He's got the first down and more to the pylon. He dives in across the goal line. Touchdown, Montana State. A 12-yard run for Marquis Johnson. And the Cats have a 9-0 lead late in the first quarter.
They went right back to it. They went speed option into the field this time around. Really good pitch. Easy pitch. Nice job. Marquis Johnson getting around the corner. He can really, really scoot. He got to the edge and did the rest. Really good job diving, catching the pylon right there in the corner. A lot of momentum for this Bobcat O early.
His 3rd rushing touchdown of the season. Cats line up the PAT. The hold from Bryce Layton is good, and the kick is up and through the uprights by Blake Glessner. So the Cats have a full 10-0 lead with 5:27 to go in the first quarter. We will take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. 5:27 to go in the first quarter. Montana State leading 10-0 after a big rush by Elijah Elliott, then Marquis Johnson into the end zone for a rushing touchdown. So the Cats have their first score of the game. Well, Mikey, it's coming off of Veterans Day, and we want to say hello to Zach Levere. He's in the 97th Air Refueling Wing in the Spangolum Air Force Base out in Germany. His father is here and wants to say hello. His father's sitting a little in front of the press box, so pretty cool opportunity to say hello to Zach, a Montana State fan tuning in from Germany right now.
Yeah, Zach, thanks for your service, man, and go Cats. Appreciate what you're doing. And your dad wanted to come. He came up to the box, and sounds like he couldn't tune into the ESPN feed. Luckily enough, he gets to listen to Keaton and I, man. So go Cats.
Thank you, Zach. Much appreciated, brother. Montana State leading at 10-0, 5:27 to go in the first quarter. The Cats ready to boot it away again. And right now, the Cats doing everything they need to do on the ground. They are running the heck out of the ball to start this game.
Yeah, they really are. And I love seeing that defense, or excuse me, that offensive line control the football game. That's what you want to see from a veteran group. Heading into the kickoff here, it hasn't traveled quite as far, Keaton, with sea level. You don't get that elevation benefit.
He found it now, though. This one booted almost through the back of the end zone, and Montana State able to turn in another touchback, and Cal Poly will start at their own 25-yard line. So, yeah, you can kind of see those first couple of kicks. They were a little bit more of that high arcing kick, that one a little bit lower. Plus, you can see there's a little bit of a haze, a little humidity here, so kind of heavy air down at sea level. I mean, the sea is not far. It's like 3 miles.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell that these kickers have to adjust for that just a touch. It's made a difference.
Cal Poly ready to go. Here's the shotgun snap. They hand it off, running left through the line of scrimmage, and Callahan O'Reilly takes down Harper up at the 35-yard line. Looks like they got the first down. They did, so another fresh set of downs for Cal Poly.
Yeah, nothing fancy there, just a simple zone play.
Pistol formation, one receiver left, two to the right. Here's the snap, read option. They hand it off, he runs into the line, and he is bottled up. Nicely done by the Cats defensive line. Looks like a 1-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd and 9 coming up.
Yeah, they're getting into a little bit of a hurry up here, as they like to do. Bobcats have got to adjust.
From their own 36, here's the snap, looking to throw. Brash fires over the middle. That is caught by Cuevas, who's upended by Rylan Ort. Callahan O'Reilly nearly got a hand on it, but it was Josh Cuevas, the tight end, who was able to make the catch there into Montana State territory for the first time now. 1st and 10 up at the 45-yard line, and they are running up to the line, ready to go with an empty backfield. Here's the shotgun snap. Brash steps up out of pressure, fires over the middle. It is picked off. Callahan O'Reilly's got it. He's running left, and he's got blockers out across the 50, and he hurdles over a man before he's finally pushed out of bounds. Callahan O'Reilly, another interception. Team best 4th of the year.
How about that? What a play by Callahan O'Reilly. That's the 3rd time. I'll tell you this, the play before, the first down play that they just gave up, Callahan O'Reilly gave up a little bit of seam route, and he tried to bend back, as I talked about a couple series before, and Spencer Brash put it right on the numbers, and then they tried to come back at the same thing on the other side of the field. Callahan O'Reilly does a good job bending back, staying in the hip pocket of that receiver, doing a really good job in his pass defense, and capitalizes on it. Catches it when the ball comes his way.
Montana State takes over the 43-yard line in Mustang territory with 4:24 to go in the first quarter, leading 10-0. Snap to Malott, under pressure, rolls out left. He's able to make 2 men miss, gets up to the 40, turns upfield, and turns that thing into about an 8-yard gain down the left sideline.
Wow, he was stepping through tackles. He came to a complete stop, kind of stopped, had a cup of coffee, and then kept on moving. He is so nifty and tough to bring down.
You called him a creative runner the other day. I think that's just the perfect description for what we see out of him.
Yeah, you're right. He is just so creative, and he's so dang hard to tackle. If you're a defender, it can be a nightmare for a guy like that because he's not small. He's got big old strong legs, and he can run away from you if he wants to.
Coming the shotgun snap. Malott fires into the flat, caught by Elijah Elliott, and he is stopped 1 yard shy of the first down marker. So it'll be 3rd and 1 coming up for the Cats up at the 34-yard line.
We saw quite a bit of that last week in Flagstaff, just a flat route. Elijah Elliott getting to the flat as fast as possible and getting the ball to him in a hurry.
Under center, takes the snap. Malott dives forward, and he's got the first down. First Interstate Bank first down, had that one easy. At Firehouse Subs, a portion of every purchase helps provide much-needed life-saving equipment to first responders across the country. That's why at Firehouse Subs, they make their subs differently, because their subs can make a difference. Up to the 31-yard line. 1st and 10 after the First Interstate Bank first down for the Cats. They lead 10-0 in the first quarter with 3:30 to go and the clock running. 2 receivers right, 3 to the left. Here's the shotgun snap. Malott looking to throw. Steps up, takes a deep shot down the right sideline. Willie Patterson, he got it just in front of the goal line. What a catch by Willie Patterson on the right sideline. Cats knocking on the door now.
Yeah, good job creating some separation and pretty decent coverage, but Willie Patterson doing what he does. He wins those 50-50 balls a lot of the time. He's really good in traffic, really good catch. Nice ball by Tommy Malott. Great protection up front.
Up to the 1, 1st and 1. The snap, the dive, and Tommy Malott up to the goal line, and he is stopped short. Wow, really looked like he had to push, but I guess not, so he was short, and that'll bring up 2nd and less than 1 to go right at the goal line.
We've got a bad angle up here, I know, but that sure looked like he got in there, Keaton, but regardless, they're going to have it 2nd and manageable. I bet it's on they got 4 inches to go if I had to guess.
I mean, the nose of that football is whispering to the white grass right now. Cats get into an I formation. Derek Snell back there with R.J. Fitzgerald ready to go. Willie Patterson in motion from left to right on 2nd and goal to go. Here's the snap. They give it to Snell, and he waltzes into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. Derek Snell with his 2nd rushing touchdown of the year, lifted up into the air by R.J. Fitzgerald, and the Cats have a 16-0 lead with 2:28 to go in the first quarter after the 1-yard touchdown score from Snell.
Nothing fancy there, just an ISO play. R.J. Fitzgerald, the lead blocker, and Derek Snell doing the rest. He's played a lot of running back. Actually played running back in high school up in Anchorage. He looks comfortable back there at the tailback spot.
Got his first career rushing touchdown last week, adds to it this week. Sullivan's snap is perfect, Layton's hold is down, and Blake Klessner delivers the PAT. So the Cats have a 17-0 lead, 2:28 to go in the first quarter. Montana Farm Bureau, the grassroots voice of agriculture, advocating for farmers and ranchers across our state and leading Montana toward a future with a prosperous agricultural economy and thriving rural communities. Join us at mfbf.org and go Bobcats. We also remind you that Builders First Source is the leading supplier of professional grade building materials. Find one of our 9 Montana locations at bldr.com. Builders First Source, a proud sponsor of Bobcat football. So Montana State, another hefty touchdown drive set up by the 4th interception from Callahan O'Reilly this season.
Yeah, and he is, not only does he stop the run, but he does such a good job in his pass drops and understanding just where routes are at. It just takes some awareness to have a real good feel back there, and does a really good job feeling those routes out, working deep to short as you teach these linebackers to do route-wise, and bending back on those seams. That's a tough thing to do, and it proves to pay off as he gets an interception. Really good to see for the Bozeman Hawk.
Here's the kickoff, and that one back into the end zone once again. And Cal Poly will start at their own 25-yard line. Montana State up 17-0, 2:28 to go in the first quarter. Dan Davies is our man down on the sideline. Dan, what'd you see on that last drive from the Cats?
Well, I saw it was a great drive, but I want to mention 3 possessions, 3 scores for Montana State offense. So, and the Bobcat defense already has 1 turnover and 2 stops. So, starting out good here in this first quarter.
Yeah, and that's the momentum we need. You got to start fast, and the defense needs to travel. Make sure you're getting off the field when possible. Been a great start for the Cats on all fronts.
Here's a direct snap to the running back, makes a man miss in the backfield, and then he is bottled up and smushed down right at the line of scrimmage. Callahan O'Reilly was in there with one other Bobcat, couldn't see who it was. But either way, very short gain. 2nd down coming up after the 1-yard gain, so it'll be 2nd and 9 for Cal Poly.
I love the trigger from the cornerback position. Simeon Woodard flies up in there, not afraid to put his nose in there. I love to see that from those corners.
Actually call it 2nd and 8 now. Here's the snap. They fire into the flat on the right side. Bobbled and bottled up. Made the catch, but Rylan Ort and Nolan Askelson were there to take him down. No gain and a loss that time by Adam Garwood as Cal Poly has gone to Kalik Paulette in the backfield as the quarterback here. And we've got a Bobcat down and banged up over on the right side. That Hard to see who that was, but somebody is down over on that side by the right hash mark. I think it might be McCade O'Reilly, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it's number 45, Hunter Parsons.
Okay.
That's down right now.
So Hunter Parsons down in that left hash mark. They are keeping it here during this Bozeman Health injury timeout, but hopefully he's all right and he's getting helped back up to his feet now. It's been tough on that defensive side. You know, it's one of those things in college football, right? In all football levels of football. Sometimes you have some guys that come back healthy, and then somebody else is going to go down. So that linebacking core right now is a little beat up for Montana State. No Danny Louis-Lakepa today. Doesn't sound like it's season ending for Louis-Lakepa, but not playing today. I'd be surprised if he plays next week.
Yeah, you don't like seeing that out of Hunter Parsons either. Freshman from Sparks, Nevada. And they're taking him right into the locker room, unfortunately. It looks like it might be a knee injury.
3rd and 14. Lost in that was a 6-yard loss by Cal Poly. They've now brought Spencer Brash back into the ball game in the shotgun formation. He takes the snap on 3rd down, looking to throw, pressured, slips out of a tackle in the backfield, now throws across his body, and that is incomplete. Overthrew his man Ty Okada, gripping his hands into fists. He almost had the sack there, but Brash was just barely able to slip out of his hands, and that'll bring up 4th and 14 for Cal Poly, and they will punt it away. Cats are going to have great field position.
That was a risky throw.
Yeah.
Brash ends up, scrambling a little bit, throws back across his body, and a ball over the middle. He's lucky that thing wasn't picked off. If he had a little bit more zip on that ball, one of these Bobcat defenders would have came up with that one.
So they will punt it away from left to right. Taco Dollar back at the 40. Here's the snap. The right-footed punt is up. Dollar comes up and will let it bounce. That takes a huge Cal Poly bounce and roll out to about the 30. So that thing landed, I think, at the 45 and bounced about 15 yards. And the Cats will take over at about their own 30-yard line, call it the 29-yard line. With 1:18 to go in the first quarter, Montana State with 2 Town Pump touchdowns so far. Marquis Johnson and Derek Snell each into the end zone on the ground. The Cats lead 17-0.
Yeah, Taco Dollar was trying to run up and field that short punt. That would have been a tough catch. Those returners, man, that's a tall order back there. I think he probably made the wise decision letting that one bounce. You hate to give up the yards, but you don't want to give up the football.
Yeah, and Dollar's made so many smart decisions back there as the true freshman. Here's the shotgun snap on 1st down. Malott hit as he throws down the left sideline. That's a wounded duck and incomplete. Got hit hard and clean, and that's incomplete. 2nd down coming up.
Yeah, tried to run a scissors route, it looked like, on the outside with 2 defenders. Didn't have time to step into that throw, as you mentioned. He got hit as he threw, bringing up a 2nd and 10.
At their own 29-yard line, leading 17-0. 2 receivers left. Tight end up on the line on the right side. And I think that's Marquis Johnson back there in the pistol formation. It is. Here's the snap. They do give it to Johnson. He runs right. He's through the line of scrimmage. He's into the secondary. Marquis Johnson across the 50. Johnson inside the 20 in a foot race. Marquis Johnson to the house. Touchdown, Montana State. 71 yards from Marquis Johnson.
And he hit a 2nd gear. Nothing fancy there. Just a zone play. Really good blocking up front. He made one guy miss and then outran everybody else to the end zone. He has got a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th gear. He can scoot.
There was a couple of men in the secondary that had an angle, and he just blew by all of them. My goodness, what a run for Marquis Johnson, who we're actually going to talk to at Cat Chat next week. So that kind of works out for us.
Absolutely. He's been quite the playmaker for the Bobcats. He just has a different level of speed and shiftiness. He really does. You want to keep him healthy, and you get creative in how you get the ball in his hands. But playmakers like that can run, you want to get the ball to him as much as possible, and we can see why.
Another Town Pump touchdown, and this one a 71-yard run for Marquis Johnson. Cats have put up some huge rushing numbers. We actually don't have stats up in the booth right now. I apologize for that, but we'll get them eventually. Either way, Montana State doing everything right on the ground. They've got 3 rushing touchdowns. They lead 24-0, and they have scored on every possession possession so far today. This is exactly what the Cats need to be doing in the first quarter.
Yeah, this is the momentum that you're trying to seize, and having this start, this fast start, and it's really across all phases. It's been, kicking a long field goal right out of the gates when you need some points to get going. It's turnovers on defense. It's stops on defense. It's running the football. Just a real collective effort by these Bobcats on the road.
Mountain Cold Refreshment, made to chill, 2022 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Celebrate responsibly. Montana State leading 24-0. 3 different rushing touchdowns. Marquis Johnson with 2, Derek Snell with the other. Here's the kickoff from Blake Lesnar from right to left. This one is a booming kick and lands just to the right of the A, written in white type of Mustangs in that end zone. That thing had some lift to it, and it had some carry. Can't blame the elevation on that one.
No, you definitely can, and we don't take advantage, we don't really take lightly how talented our specialists are. Punters and kickers, they've been a weapon for us all season long.
Dan Davies is down on the sideline with us right now. Dan, how quick was Marquis Johnson moving on that touchdown run?
Yeah, I was just walking down the sideline there, and those guys' eyes are all big. He is fast.
Yes, sir. Ready to go now. It's Kalik Paulette back in. It's the quarterback now. He takes the snap, and he's on the move. Tucks it right away, running right, and he cannot get past the line of scrimmage. Jeffrey Manning Jr. beautifully attacking Paulette, and making the tackle. That was a heck of a stop.
Yeah, really good job tackling in space, using that sideline as that last defender, and he just works inside out. Jeffrey Manning from his safety position, textbook tackle.
Cats got to be close to 200 yards rushing in this first quarter. We should be able to get some stats after this first quarter, but it's got to be close to 200 yards in this first. They've had 2 huge rushes, the 71-yard touchdown, and then another that went over 60 yards from Elijah Elliott. Here's the snap. Paulette keeps it, runs up the middle, and he stopped immediately at the line. About 3 different guys were there. Blake Heel and Rylan Ort were 2 of the guys that jumped on top of him. And that'll bring up 3rd down. Cal Poly at their own 27-yard line. So they've got 3rd down and long coming up.
And Paulette will now head out of the game, and Spencer Brash back in. They like to bring Paulette in, try and get a spark in the run game. He's more of the shifty runner. Spencer Brash now back in.
3rd and 7. Here's the shotgun snap. Under pressure, nowhere to go. Steps up the pocket, fires down the right sideline, and that ball is caught. Did he hang on? Yes, he did. 1st down. That was a heck of a catch over on the right sideline by Logan Boer. He had a hand draped across his body and still brought it in. 1st down for Cal Poly.
Yeah, nothing fancy. Just a seam route there. All streaks or all goes. A lot of time back there. Those Bobcat defenders on the defensive line have got to find a way to get home, make him uncomfortable, force Spencer Brash off the spot. They were unable to do it that time, and he completes it.
Everything went right in the first quarter for the Cats. They lead 24-0 against Cal Poly as we head to the second. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Second quarter, Montana State leads 24-0 over Cal Poly. So we do not have stats. It's not our fault. The stat monitor is down, so we've got nothing. So we don't know what the stats are, so we can't give you the Town Pump stats after that first quarter. But we can assure you the ground game was pretty impressive in those first 15 minutes. The Small Business Game Changer Contest is back, presented by the Bozeman Area Chamber of Commerce. One local business will have the chance to win a $10,000 marketing package with MSU Athletics. Visit bozemanchamber.com/game changer for details. They will announce the winner next week at Cat Grizz. So 1st and 10 for Cal Poly after a long strike on third down. They are up to the 49-yard line trying to get into Montana State territory. And, you know, Mikey, look, things are going right for Montana State, but we are still seeing a couple of those big passing plays here from Cal Poly, which isn't that big of a surprise right now.
Yeah, and I think what it comes down to is a lack of pass rush. And we talked about that earlier today, and you've got to find ways to get to the quarterback. Regardless of how good you are in the secondary, if you can't get a quarterback down and you have, you know, a whole bunch of time back there, it is very challenging to get any types of stops.
Yeah, and it's, look, if there's one Achilles heel on this team, it's the secondary. And as we look forward, and with the playoffs coming up, you're going to face some darn good quarterbacks. The Cats are going to have to be better in the secondary down the stretch if they want to have as deep a run as they expect in the postseason.
Yeah, and this is probably, again, not a cop-out for the secondary, because I would agree they need to be better on the back end. But it's a bad combination. A lack of pass rush makes a secondary look pretty porous, and so you really do go hand in hand. You got to be able to get pressure on the quarterback, and there's a reason that those pass rushers in the NFL are some of the highest paid guys, because that's where you make your money, is making quarterbacks really, really uncomfortable. Otherwise, they got time back there, and they're capable of slicing and dicing any defense.
Cal Poly with the football, 1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff, bounces off a man running right, and he's off to the right sideline. Sebastian Valdez nearly had that tackle for a loss. Dan Davies is down to the sideline. Dan, what'd you think of that first quarter play for Montana State?
I loved it. Hey, great offense and defense and special teams, but the fact that the Bobcats are able to rush the ball as good as they have, look for the passing game to open up too.
Here's the snap. They fire it to Coleman. He throws back to the right sideline. Caught by the quarterback, Brash, running along the right sideline. He's deep into Montana State territory and taken down at the 15-yard line. So Brash fired into the flat. It was Coleman who made the catch on the left sideline. He threw back to Brash on the right side. That was a heck of a throw all the way across the field. And Brash up to about the 15-yard line, and Cal Poly into the red zone for the first time.
Give credit to Ben Seymour getting on his horse from his defensive end position and making a play downfield.
Brash takes the snap, fires to the left side. That is caught by the running back, and he is tackled again right away at the left sideline. That was Troy Fletcher who made the catch.
Again, that's great hustle. That could have been a touchdown very easily if it wasn't for a whole bunch of hustle for the guys in white. And they had a real caravan to the end zone. A lot of offensive linemen blocking. Rylan Ort was on the opposite side of the field. He hustled down. The defensive lineman hustled down. Really good job, and they're still really can force a field goal. Best case scenario here for this Bobcat D.
2nd and 3 from their own 8. Here's the snap, rolling out right, tossed into the end zone, caught. Cuevas makes the touchdown catch on the right side of the end zone. That was Khalik Paulette rolling out to the right side of that bootleg, and he had Cuevas behind the defense, able to just drop it in there. And Cal Poly has their first touchdown of the game. It's 24-6 early in the second quarter with a PAT coming.
Yeah, a little creativity on back-to-back plays there. They ended up trying to bring a fake reverse, and it just froze a couple guys back there in the secondary for just a second. Allowed that receiver just enough time to sneak to the back of the end zone. Paulette does the rest with the touchdown throw.
Snap, the hold, the kick, that is up, and that is good. Enjoy Cat Chat, the official radio show of head coach Brent Vigen and Bobcat Athletics, over wings and beer every Wednesday at 6:30 p.m., only at Buffalo Wild Wings. Next week is our final Cat Chat of the football season. It will return for basketball, but next week is the last one of the season. We'll take a break. 13:44 to go in the second quarter. Montana State up 24-7 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. which are important for a healthy immune system and overall wellness. That's 13 nutrients with seemingly endless benefits. Reach for milk and make every sip count. I'm Keaton Galogly alongside Mikey Ryder. Dan Davies is on the sidelines. Dylan McPhail is up as our on-site engineer, and Jesse Ropalato is the producer back in the studio in Bozeman. Montana State leading 24-7. Cal Poly able to strike on their first touchdown of the day, using a little trickery on that drive.
Yeah, they went back-to-back trick plays, some element plays. Bo Baldwin's always had some pretty good razzle-dazzle in his playbook. And they're going to need more of that this evening if they're going to want to hang tough.
Here's a short kickoff. This one caught by Lonergan on a fair catch near the 25-yard line. So very, very short kick, but still ended up a little short of that 25-yard line.
Yeah, smart play there. Whole lot easier than it looks. He made it look pretty darn easy. Fair catching it, getting underneath the ball. Key point there, just possessing the football. It's a big deal.
Bozeman Health doesn't want you to have an injury timeout. A primary care provider helps keep you healthy and in the game. Visit bozemanhealth.org today to find a primary care provider in Belgrade, Big Sky, or Bozeman. Your care is our purpose. Montana State starting this drive at their own 25-yard line. Two receivers right, one running back in the shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Malott looking to throw, steps up in the pocket, fires in the flat. That is incomplete. Just a little out of the reach of the intended receiver, Trayton Pickering, and that's incomplete. Second down coming up. Cats also on this drive going to Malik Mullins. Malik Mullins on the field as well. He's a transfer from Independence Community College. He's 6'3". He's a sophomore. I haven't really seen him at all this year. He was banged up early in the season, but Mullins getting some time now, and Cleveland Thomas is out on the right side as well. Pistol formation. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Marquis Johnson up the middle. Spins off a man and able to at least dive forward. They had a hand on his jersey. That's what helped bring him down. He almost slipped out of that one again.
Yeah, just a little bit behind the sticks. This offense is. They tried to throw the football on first and 10 and tried to run a couple crossing patterns there. Didn't work. Nothing doing on second down. Really forcing a third and long here. Surprised this offense really isn't leaning on their offensive line and run game, which has been so productive thus far.
3rd and 8. Montana State up 24-7. 13 minutes to go in the first half. They're at their own 27-yard line. Two receivers spread out to the left side, two to the right. Garrett Kuhn to the backfield next to Tommy Malott. Here's the snap. Malott looking to throw. We got a flag on the play. Malott steps up. He's on the move, running and tucks. He spins off a man at the 35, across the 40, up to the 50. He's in the plus territory, up to the 30-yard line. Tommy Malott, he's got blockers, and he's finally brought down at the 15-yard line, but there was a flag on the play. What a run by Tommy Malott.
Not sure if it's going to be offsides, which I think it might be, just based on the spot.
It is offside, so that run will count up to the 12-yard line. What a run.
Another one of those creative runs. Does a good job really busting through that line of scrimmage. Nifty spin move right there at the first down marker, and then runs away from a few guys. Credit the receivers blocking downfield, doing a really good job. Nice hole open there by the offensive line as well.
They had like 3 or 4 blockers in front of them, 30 or 40 yards downfield. That's some impressive hustle by the Cats wide receiver core. Mullins spread out to the right, Dowler in the slot on the left side, Thomas on the outside over there. Garrett Kuhn is the running back next to Tommy Malott. Montana State up 24-7. They're into the Rose Hours red zone after that first Interstate Bank first down. Here's the snap. Looks to throw down the right sideline. Malik Mullins cannot make the catch. Little bit short. Looking to throw toward that pylon. Incomplete. 2nd down and 10 coming up from the 12.
Another one of the fade balls. I think that placement's pretty good, right towards the back pylon. Really a spot where only his receiver is gonna be able to catch it. He almost came down with it one-handed, but pretty tight coverage there on the outside.
Yeah, even though Malott's been little, not quite as proficient through the air lately, it's been safe passes. You haven't felt like, ooh, there's going to be an interception, or it's just any moment now he's going to turn the ball over. He's made good decisions, even if they haven't quite been completed at the rate he wants. Pistol formation, 3 receivers spread out to the left side on 2nd and 10 from the 12-yard line with the Cats in the red zone. Here's the snap. Malott pitches out to the right side. Kuhn is brought down to the backfield. Nowhere to go. Cal Poly read that one the whole way.
Yeah, went back to the speed option into the boundary. Kind of a little bit of a chess game there. They checked into that run play. Tommy Malott has to pitch it fairly quickly, and Garrett Kuhn slipped there on the carry as well. It's 3rd and 6.
Interwest Moving and Storage is the official moving company of the MSU Bobcats.
3rd and 12. I apologize. Not 3rd and 6. Bad math.
So 3rd and 12 at the 14-yard line, knocking on the door in the red zone. 11:28 to go in the first half. In a shotgun formation, 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Here's the snap. Malott looks, throws short to Clevan Thomas. He had Thomas on the comeback route, and it's just too short at the 10-yard line. That brings up 4th down. The Cats will kick.
Yeah, he just one-hopped it to him. Clevan had some space there, created some space. If he could put it on his numbers, he would have had an opportunity to make a move and try and get to that first down marker, but Tommy just one-hopped it to him.
Glessner already with a 46-yard boot today. This one will be about 32 yards from the right hash mark. Tommy Sullivan to snap. Perfect, right on the money. Layton puts it down. This kick is up and splits the uprights clean. That field goal is good, and Montana State has edged out their lead once again, up 27-7 with 11:16 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Hey, Bobcat fans, when you buy Bobcat products at the MSU bookstore, you help lower the price of course materials for Montana State students. Shop online at Bobcat Stadium or on campus. The MSU bookstore is your Bobcat gear headquarters. 11:16 to go in the first half. Montana State leading 27-7. They just got a nice 31-yard field goal from Blake Glessner. It's 2 for 2 today, and the Cats have scored on every drive so far today.
They sure have, and that's a good trend. You want to make sure you're getting points on each and every drive. They've been successful, done a really good job forcing some turnovers, I guess a turnover, playing good defense, really good collective effort across offense, defense, and special teams thus far.
Keep that punter off the field.
Bryce Layton right now going through his warm-ups on the right sideline where the Cats are. Just got to stay loose, got to stay ready. Montana State ready to kick it away from left to right. Glessner, after a couple of short kicks to start today, has really found the touch now. This one down the middle of the field and caught at the goal line. They're going to take it out along the left hash mark. He runs into a wall at the 15-yard line and stopped right there. Looks like Alec Johnson will get credit for the tackle, but in the end, there was about 6 white jerseys there, and an ill-advised decision to take it out. Nice job by the Cats on the coverage.
Yeah, good to see Caden Dowler in there as well, making a play, him and Alex Johnson.
Jory Choate in there.
Jory Choate in there as well. Really good to see.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Jory Choate and Marquis Johnson next week at Cat Check. Glad we get a chance to talk with Choate. I know Brent Vegan's kind of brought him up a little bit this week. He's one of those glue guys for sure.
Absolutely. Unselfish player and a glue guy on special teams, and contributes and plays his tail off each and every week.
So they'll take over at their own 16-yard line. Mustangs with the football, down 27-7. 11 and a half minutes to go in the first half. Here's the snap, rolling out right, fires into the flat, caught at the 20-yard line, breaks one tackle, and finally dropped near the 30-yard line. So that's a first down. Ryan Rivera making the catch and the run. That's the fullback.
Yeah, fullback into the flat
O'Reilly made the stop.
on a little boot play, just dumps it to him and lets him do the rest. Looks like the Cats maybe didn't. They usually have a flat defender, and then somebody's going to try and pull the quarterback up. They look a little bit out of sorts there on that play.
Montana State has been running the heck out of the football. They got to be close around 200 yards. We don't have the official stats at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're over 200 yards at this point in the first half, with Montana State up 27-7. First and 10 from their own 29-yard line. Cal Poly with the football. Here's the snap. They throw to Cuevas, and he is wrapped up immediately by Callahan O'Reilly. How did he get around that block?
Yeah, he kind of slipped through one guy and then found his way into the tackle. Really good to see. Interesting formation there. They went to quads. They had 4 receivers on one side. They tried to run a little screen. Callahan O'Reilly doing a really good job.
He's having a great game today. And, you know, look, as Montana State, the top 5 team in the country, there's got to be some All-Americans on this team at the end of the year. You wonder who it's going to be. And Callahan O'Reilly's done all the little things, and he's got all those flashy stats with his 4th interception today. Here's the snap, a handoff. Running left, Harper is bottled up by 3 white jerseys near that first down marker again, close to the 40.
Yeah, a couple pulling guards there, doing a pretty good job offensively, clearing the way, but I like the run fits there by the Bobcats. A little bit too much of a chunk play, but nonetheless, looked like guys were in the right spots. Gaps were secured. Drew Polidor doing a good job, secure and contain on the outside. Pretty good stop and run fits by the Bobcat D, bringing up the 3rd and 2.
I did see some Polidor family here today. They're sporting that number 2 around the stands today. A lot of Cats fans in the house. 3rd and 2. Here's the snap. They hand it up, and he is blown up in the backfield. Wow, what a stop.
Good to see Paul Brott making his way in there. Huge 3rd down stop. The defensive tackle, Billings West product. Proud Golden Bear myself. Good to see him out there.
Beaming with pride right now. 9:05 to go in the second quarter. Montana State up 27-7. They're going to go for it on 4th and 2 at their own 37-yard line. They got a big formation out there, 2 receivers left. Here's the snap. He will hand it off, and Harper brought down the backfield. James Campbell taking him down, and it's a turnover on downs. What a play.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're thinking there. You know, in your own territory, I realize you're trying to get a little bit of momentum, catch a little lightning in a bottle, but all things considered, I don't really like that call by Bo Baldwin, but what a great penetration by the defensive line. And linebackers playing downhill, real gap sound, huge stop, turnover on downs for this Bobcat D. They came to play today.
Yes, they did. This is exactly what you need to see. It's been so up and down. It's been one roller coaster ride after another all year on the defensive end. They are going to need that thing to sure up as we get toward the end of the season. One more regular season game to go after this. Cats at 6-0 in Big Sky play, or win today, and they would tie a program record for conference wins. Here's the snap. The throw is incomplete. Looking for Ravi Alston in the flat. There looked like some confusion on that play with Taco Dollar, too.
Yeah, just a little bit of, really the corner made a good play. It was supposed to be a screen. Taco Dowler, kind of a yo-yo motions. He motions in and then motions back out. He's going to go block the corner for the receiver that's going to slide underneath for a little screen ball. And credit the defense who triggered pretty quickly there, and they disrupted the timing of those screen balls. Pressure like that really disrupts those screens, throws everything out of whack.
Cats up 27-7, 8:42 to go in the first half. 2nd and 10, here's the snap. They give it to Marquis Johnson. No. Tommy Malott keeps it, and on a slant route, it's incomplete to Ravi Alston. A little bit low there, should have had it, but incomplete. 3rd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, really good throw there. That's just an RPO. It's an RPO glance is what it is, meaning he actually has the option to give it. He ends up pulling it, and then to the backside, it's got a 5 or 6 step post. And Ravi Alston had separation, put it on the numbers. He's got to catch it.
Yeah, he had me fooled. I'd be a terrible linebacker against that. Here's the snap. They hand off to Marquis Johnson. He's through the line. He's got a first down. Marquis Johnson, 36 yards into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. The 3rd rushing touchdown of the day from Marquis Johnson, and the Cats have a 33-7 lead. He found the hole, and he outran everybody.
Yeah, what a burst he has got. He gets to that 2nd level, and man, he can run. Really good to see a guy like that back in his home state. He's the Sacramento State transfer, and I'm happy he's wearing blue and gold.
Man, what a run.
You're happy, and you're happy you don't have to tackle him.
That is a fact. I look at that from the safety position, and the guys like that, just with so much wiggle and speed, really tough to tackle him in space. And he showed that this evening.
PAT is good, and Marquis Johnson with his third South Pump touchdown of the day. 3 rushing touchdowns from Johnson and 1 from Derek Snell. Cats lead 34-7 over Cal Poly. 8:31 to go in the first half. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from the Clearfield.
The app features live
Billings Clinic Bozeman. Your $25 membership fee gets you game tickets, Bobcat gear, and more. Sign up today at msubobcats.com/champs kids club. Marquis Johnson having a coming out party today. 3 rushing touchdowns for the sophomore transfer from Sac State.
Yeah, you love seeing a kid coming home to California. I'm sure he's got plenty of family here, getting an opportunity to touch the ball quite a few times and be really, really productive. Fun to see that.
Dan Davies down the sideline, Dan, and man, it's fun watching Marquis Johnson do what he's doing right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, he showed year 2 and 3 and almost 4 on that one. He has, as Mikey says, has the wiggle, but he's got the breakaway speed as well. Fun to watch.
Montana State ready to kick it off from left to right. This boot is high in the air, and that thing is sailing long out of here. That bounces off the P of Cal Poly. Blake Glessner, man, he has just had an incredible season. And I mean, now that we're down at sea level, too, it makes it look even more impressive what he's doing.
Yeah, and it really is underappreciated. I know as a guy that's run down on kickoff, it's fun to cover those every now and again, but it's just as fun when they're touchbacks, because it's a long sprint and a lot of heavy collisions. And all kidding aside, it saves collisions on your special teams units, because that's a high collision and can be pretty violent.
First snap for Cal Poly, running up the middle to his right. He's got a first down and more down the right sideline, and he is finally shoved out of bounds over on that right sideline after a big first down gain. And Cal Poly up near the 50-yard line. Troy Fletcher with the run.
Yeah, ended up break and contain. A little zone play, and then he ends up cutting it back. Pretty nice run there for Cal Poly.
Now the first down snap. Here's the throw, and that is incomplete. A little bit short, intended for centers. That'll be 2nd and 10. Cal Poly working at their own 44-yard line, trailing 34-7. 8:13 to go in the first half.
Spencer Brash wanted to throw it to a speed out there to the boundary, and Rylan Ort from his safety position dropped into the box, and he really expanded out, and if he would have thrown it, Spencer would have thrown it right to a waiting Rylan Ort.
Here's the shotgun snap, and he is blown up. Kenneth Iden with the sack. That ball is loose. It's picked up. Ben Seymour into the end zone. Oh, a defensive touchdown for the Cats.
And Ken Iden, the Bozeman High product, talking about the pass rush, making the defense look awesome. What a great move. Ken Iden winning his one-on-one, forcing the fumble. Great athletic scoop and score there by the big man, Ben Seymour. He does the rest, outruns the offensive lineman. Great team defense by the Bobcats.
Wow. What a play. And if my memory serves, that's the first defensive touchdown of the year. Is that right?
I think you're right.
With 8:05 to go in the first half, Montana State up 40-7. Iden with the sack. What a year Kenneth Iden has had. That should be his 6th sack. Now, if you look at the stats, I think Willie Patterson had been credited with a sack early in the year when it should have been Iden's, and I don't think it's updated. So I believe that's the 6th sack of the year for Kenneth Iden. Plus, of course, he gets the fumble forced.
Yeah, what a bright future he's got, and he's playing so well right now. And we hear a lot about a Brody Grebe who is, again, missing time. He did not make the trip down here to San Luis Obispo, and you get a guy like Ken Iden who has waited his time. His dad played for the Bobcats, and good to see him be so productive when his number's called.
They are reviewing this play, but Ben Seymour with that scoop and score, he looked great.
But I tell you what, he looked good running, but the hardest thing about that whole deal is the scoop and score, and you do practice that. I don't know how much the defensive line practiced it. I know you practiced it there in the secondary, but he made that look easy.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. They are done with this review. Doesn't look like any announcement. The touchdown is good. Sack, forced fumble by Kenneth Iden. Ben Seymour into the end zone on the scoop and score. And the Cats have their first defensive touchdown of the year. And here is the PAT. Glessner puts it up. That was blocked. And it is through. So it got blocked, and it somehow, as a wounded, twisting duck, got through the uprights.
Yeah, sometimes it just all goes right.
You've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if that was a low kick or somebody snuck through. I think I saw the kicker there. Yeah, he's pointing to his chest like, hey, I got to get a little bit more arc on that kick.
Bobcats need your support to go for the win. Donate to the Bobcat Club's 3 to Win campaign to reach our $3 million goal supporting our student athletes. Montana State up 41-7, 8:05 to go in the first half. So it's all Montana State. And now you're getting to a point where you're going to be able to start getting a little deeper into the depth chart, which is exactly what Montana State has got to do today. Let's get some guys some reps. Let's get some guys some rest and get yourself ready to roll. You don't want to put this thing away just yet, but it's 41-7 early in the second quarter.
Sure, and you want to hold that same level of standard both offensively and defensively, but you're spot on. You want to get some of these guys that have made the trip down here and get them some reps, because you don't know as you fast forward into the this next week and then into some of the playoffs. You want to get some of these banked reps, meaningful conference reps, even if you are up 41-7. It's a big thing for these young guys looking for some experience.
Glessner will boot this thing away from left to right. This ball in the air down the left sideline this time, and that one bounces off the A of Cal Poly. Just over 8 minutes to go in the first half. Montana State up 41-7 after the sacks, strip, and fumble from Kenneth Iden, and Ben Seymour with the recovery, the scoop and score. And the Cats continuing to add on here. It's been all Montana State, and now Cal Poly will take over, going from right to left. Ditch the red Solo Cup and equip yourself with the ultimate tailgate must-have. Flask Cap allows you to easily mix your favorite cocktail with the press of the fun button while you prepare to cheer on our Bobcats. Cal Poly with the football. First down snap. Keeps it. Fires over to the right side. That catch is made, and he makes a man miss down the right sideline. Coleman shuffling his way up to the 50-yard line and finally into plus territory, tackled there. And, boy, that was a shifty move by Coleman.
Yeah, we talked about it. He's their main receiver who's had so many touches on the season. And, look, he's got 55 touches and 4 touchdowns. That was an RPO, a run-pass option. Brash pulls it, throws it on a speed-out route, missed tackle on the outside by Drew Polidor. We're going to go right back to a screen.
Here's the shotgun snap. He fires to the right side. Coleman makes the catch on the screen and is able to push forward just a little bit. There is a flag on the play in the backfield. Let's see what we get.
Contact by McCade O'Reilly.
McCade O'Reilly playing a little bit right now. And a chop block on Cal Poly, so that'll back the Mustangs up a little bit.
We've seen it a lot here this evening. Cal Poly, not a ton of intricacies within the passing game. You can tell that their MO is to get the ball to their playmakers as fast as possible, and they're doing it right now. Some of the run-pass option stuff, simple out routes, We've seen a ton of these now screens, a few tunnel screens, some simple zone, a little bit of zone run blocking. So not a real complex offense, you can tell, for this young Cal Poly team, but you can see some of the flashes of the speed and the athleticism.
Here's the shotgun snap. Brash looking to throw. Flushed out of the pocket. Fires incomplete. Looking over on the left side, and that is incomplete, intended for Jerry Huddleston.
We got a Bobcat down.
He's 2nd and 25.
Hard to see who that is over on the right side. Ooh, that might be Nolan Askelson. Take a look at that left knee. No?
No, I see Nolan. He's there at midfield.
Not sure who that is. It's on his back. So we'll see who that is, with an injured Bobcat in the middle of the field at about the 30-yard line. Bobcats leading 41-7. 7:02 to go in the first half. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV in the comfort of your own home? Go to syncmygame.com to find out how. Brent Vegan going out to check in as well. Cats getting a little banged up. We're seeing a little bit of that injury bug down the stretch in here in November.
Yeah, and these are the late games. You just want to keep guys healthy. You're up 41-7 on the road. You just hate to see it. That's David Alston.
Already starting to get a little thin on the outside, with Brody Grebe out for this ball game, and Alston getting helped off here, arms around the trainer and his head coach, and not putting much weight at all. Now he's putting a little bit of weight on that left foot, but not much. That looks quite painful for David Alston.
Yeah, you hate to see that. This is a defensive line. Again, you mentioned Brody Grebe is not in the starting lineup. He's gone. We've seen some Hunter Parsons, Ben Seymour, and Ken Iden. Got to do most of the work.
2nd and 25 after the penalty. Here's the snap. Brash fires into the flat, and that is dropped. Incomplete. Went right through Troy Fletcher's hands.
He had some space just on a simple swing route. It would have been one-on-one with Ty Okada. I would have loved to see that matchup. Didn't get to see it.
By the way, we've got stats. Cats have 274 yards on the ground. Marquis Johnson has 7 carries, 136 yards, and 3 touchdowns. What a performance by Marquis Johnson. Don't forget Elijah Elliott, 5 carries, 65 yards, and Derek Snell with the other rushing touchdown. Here's the snap. Brash looking to throw, fires over the middle. Cuevas, the tight end, makes the catch, and he's upended at the 45-yard line. Still shy of the original line of scrimmage. 4th and very long coming up for Cal Poly, but it looks like, they almost went for it, but no, they're sending the punching unit onto the field.
Good tackle. I think that was McCade O'Reilly on the crossing route. They just had all streaks, and one guy from really our left streaking across the field, and a little bit of an over route or a crosser going from left to right. Brash dumps it off, and nice sure tackle. McCade O'Reilly waiting for him.
Here's the snap. The punt is away. Taco Dollar backing up inside the 10-yard line. He makes the catch on the left hash mark with a little bobble. He's on the move up the middle, angling out toward the 20-yard line, and he's taken down by 2 different green jerseys, and he's able to get just past the 20-yard line. That's where the Cats will take over after we come back. 6:12 to go in the first half. Montana State leading 41-7. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Backfield next to Malott. One receiver spread out to the left side, 3 to the right. Malott ready to go, claps his hands once. Now takes the snap, looking to throw, fires over on the right side. That is incomplete. Kind of sailed a little on Cleveland Thomas, who is patting himself on the chest saying, I should make that catch. That was a high pass in the flat.
It was, and he jumped up and climbed the ladder just a little bit, but he had 2 hands on it. He knows he's got to catch that. Might have been a little bit high, but it was pretty tight coverage as well. It would have been a bang-bang play and a catch tackle, but nonetheless, you get 2 hands on it, got to help the quarterback out.
Tommy Malott now 2 of 10 through the air today for 32 yards. Just not what you want to see from Malott here.
No, you got to have a little bit of a dual attack. Leaning on this run game's awesome, but you want to have coming from all angles, especially as you head into rivalry week and the playoffs.
Here's the shotgun snap. They hand it off. Marquis Johnson up the middle. He's broken it open again. Johnson across the 50, inside the 30, inside the 10. He's across the goal line. Touchdown, Montana State. The 4th rushing touchdown for Marquis Johnson. That one, 78 yards.
And I think that might have been the fastest of the 4. That we really did get a full 100-yard look at this thing. And I mean, we saw it, just a straight one cut, and then it was just a straight sprint. And wow, you got to see that 6th gear, and that was impressive.
The Cats have 352 yards of rushing now. Marquis Johnson has 214 yards on the ground, 8 carries, 4 touchdowns. He's averaging 27 yards a carry.
Is that good?
BAT is up and good. The Cats have a 48-7 lead. 5:58 to go in the first half. Marquis Johnson's supposed to be listed as a wide receiver. He's been pressed into some running back duties with the injuries. Elijah Elliott started well. He's averaging 13 yards a carry. They bring Marquis Johnson in, and he's just been a big play machine.
He really has, and he's got that next gear, as Dan talked about, running-wise, and of course he can do it straight ahead. He's got some of that shiftiness, a little bit of that wiggle. And when you have those playmakers like that, you just want to get creative and get the ball in their hands. And, I mean, that's nothing really fancy. I mean, he's playing running back. That's a simple zone play. Offensive line's blocking left. He picks his hole, and it was just shot out of a cannon. 70 yards.
We're going to be on some record watch today. 4 rushing touchdowns for Marquis Johnson.
And there's still 6 minutes left to go here in the second half.
First half, second quarter.
Second quarter, first half. That's what I meant. And there's plenty of time left here. He's going to continue to get some of these touches.
Unbelievable what Montana State is doing on the ground right now. 352 rushing yards in the first half. Montana State ready to kick off with 5:58 to go in the second quarter. Up 48-7. Here's the kick. Another big booming one. And that one will land just to the right of the L, right between Cal and Poly in the end zone. And Blake Glessner's got his rhythm again. He had 2 returns at the start of the game, but it's been nothing but touchbacks now from Glessner.
Big weapon. Huge leg. That's a big deal.
Bobcat football is presented by My McDonald's Rewards. Download the McDonald's app to start earning free McDonald's and great game day deals. 5:58 to go in the second quarter. Cal Poly takes over, moving from right to left, trailing 48-7. First down snap, they hand it off, running right into the line of scrimmage, and he is dropped after a marginal gain, maybe 1 or 0 yards, and it'll bring up second down.
Good run fits. Ken Iden again pursuing from the backside. Defensive line doing a good job, staying gap sound, really being gap integrity. Linebackers playing downhill, stretching that thing sideline to sideline. This defense has done pretty well today in the run fits.
Cal Poly taking over again. This one's 2nd and 9 after the 1-yard gain at their own 26-yard line. Here's the shotgun snap, looking to throw, fires into the flat. That's caught on the left sideline, and it's loose. That ball is loose after the catch, but it rolls out of bounds. Does get the first down, so they will move the chains. They hustle up to the line. 5:16 to go in the first half. The clock running. Cats up 48-7. Montana State looking to stay undefeated in Big Sky play. Here's the shotgun snap. Brash steps up out of pressure. He'll tuck it and run. He slides dodown at about the 45-yard line. He had a little indecision there, but still picked up a nice chunk play. And he is up to the 43-yard line now, and it'll be 2nd and short.
Spot the ball at the Mustang 43-yard line.
Pistol formation.
2nd and 3.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Here's the snap. Hands it off, runs up the middle, and he's blown up immediately. Beautifully done. Kenneth Hyden and Rylan Ort were there. Looks like Rylan Ort's getting his mojo back a little bit.
Yeah, and he looks a lot more comfortable coming downhill, tackling, filling I think it was his A gap there, coming downhill, and really pulls the trigger. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but the first thing to go when you haven't had a lot of live game reps, that tackling just feels a little bit different. We saw a little bit of rustiness last couple games, and he looks to be in good form.
3rd and 2 from their own 44. Here's the shotgun snap, takes a deep shot down the left sideline. That is caught. Wow, what a catch. That was quite the fist fight on that left sideline. And the catch is made by Giancarlo Woods over Simeon Woodard.
Yeah, pretty good matchup there. I kind of like the no call. They really were kind of shoving and being pretty physical within one another with one another, but win goes to Cal Poly on that rep.
Pistol snap, another shot down the left sideline. Cuevas wide open, touchdown. 34-yard toss to the tight end, Josh Cuevas. He was wide open at that left pylon.
Yeah, he got lost in translation there. I'm not sure. But another bust in coverage is concerning. We saw that last week again. It rears its head today. Nothing really too fancy as we're watching the replay there. He just was wide open, and his outside third got lost in coverage.
48-13, PAT coming up. Cal Poly averages only about 18 points per game. Now they've got 13 with a PAT pending. Snap and hold. This kick is up, and that kick is good. Under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Montana State leading 48-14, but a little concern in that secondary. Bobcat football is brought to you by Bridger Steel. Create lasting beauty with Bridger Steel, metal roofing, siding, and accent panels. Yeah, Mikey, man, as we look forward here, you know the Cats are going to see some great quarterbacks in the playoffs. Now, when we see Montana next week, Lucas Johnson went down to their game today. He's not a particularly terrific passing quarterback. He's more of a mobile guy, but obviously can still throw the ball a little bit. But, man, when we get to the playoffs, you know, you're going to have to play better in that secondary against some of these guys.
Yeah, a lot to be desired here in the secondary. It just comes down to some communication, spatial awareness, and really doing your job responsibility-wise. And it doesn't look like much now in a 48-14 lead as you're heading close into halftime here, but still concerning, as you mentioned, as you're heading into some pretty meaningful games down the stretch.
The way, you know, Brent Vigen's been addressing it over the last couple of weeks is just, look, you know, we need guys in the right spots. They're not going to change anything drastically. You're not going to put in a new defense at this point in the season. You just need guys in the right spots. And it's been surprising that they haven't made that adjustment because they're really, I mean, Reddy Short got hurt. Rylan Ort took a while to get back. But other than that, for now, they've been pretty healthy there. And they've got some experience in the secondary, too.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what to say other than you think they'd have it a little bit short up, but look, you're protecting a 48-14 lead, and these are the games that you want to take the opportunity to learn through, and fortunate that they have quite the lead.
Short little pooch kick, and Derek Snell makes the catch on the run, and he is tackled across the 30-yard line. So excellent field position for Montana State as they take over toward the end of this first half. Celebrate the Cats with some delicious McKenzie River Pizza. They've got all your tailgating and post-game celebration grub covered. Order online at McKenzieRiverPizza.com. Cats have 352 yards on the ground as a team. They're averaging almost 18 yards per carry. There have been 5 400-yard rushing games by Montana State since 2015. They did do it against Cal Poly in 2018. They put up 430 that day. They're going to be hunting a record today. 2 receivers right, 1 running back with Tommy Malott of the left hash mark, starting at the 33-yard line. Here's the first down snap. Malott looking to throw, steps up under pressure, rolls out to the left side, makes a man miss, turns upfield to the sideline, and he's got the first Interstate Bank first down. Wow, he is a magician back there sometimes.
Yeah, he snuck out of one. Willie Patterson was open on an out route. Looked like he wanted to throw it out there. Decided to tuck it instead. It sneaks out to the left side and moves the sticks.
So fresh set of downs up to the 44-yard line. Cats still in their own territory. 2 receivers to the right on the left hash mark. Malott standing in the backfield. Marquis Johnson's back there. with over 200 yards of rushing today, 214 on 8 carries. Here's the snap. Malott looking to throw. Fires. That's caught by Willie Patterson at the 50-yard line, and he dives forward about 2 yards shy of the first down marker. That's a nice throw by Malott.
Yeah, it was the exact same play as the one before. They have Willie Patterson motions in, and then he just finds a little soft spot in the zone, turns his numbers, and really puts it right on his chest. Good rhythm throw, helping some confidence. Again, we've mentioned he hasn't had a lot of throwing yards here this evening, but you got to get the confidence up.
Just his third completion, 3 for 11. Shotgun snap, they give it back to Marquis Johnson, shuffles off a man at the line of scrimmage, and he's finally brought down just shy of the first down marker. That'll hurt the 27 yards per carry average for Marquis Johnson.
Fire at the bottom of the pound for the Mustangs.
Almost had it, though. And he is shifty back there. And we've seen it on the kick returns, but we haven't seen it quite like this out of that running back position. 3rd and 1 for Montana State across the 50-yard line up to the 47. 2 receivers right, tight end to left. Snap. They will hand it off. Marquis Johnson up the middle, and he dives forward. He's got the first Interstate Bank first down up to the 44-yard line. So Cats having a nice methodical drive here. They haven't really had a lot of methodical drives because they've had so many big plays today.
Yeah, we've seen the explosives through the run game, and Marquis Johnson owning a lot of those. You're right, we haven't seen the drives down the field, but good to see him execute down the stretch.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. Montana State with the football at the 44-yard line in plus territory. First down snap. Fires out to the right side. Caught by Willie Patterson. Makes a man miss and dives up to the 30-yard line. Hopping up and down. A little upset. He kind of got caught by the turf monster there. Otherwise, he would have had a few more yards.
Yeah, I like that play call, too. They actually moved the pocket, and Tommy Malott sprints out to his right and throws it out to the flat there with Willie Patterson waiting. I like moving the pocket a little bit. Willie does a good job throwing the ball, Tommy does a really good job throwing the ball on the run, and he looked comfortable throwing to his right.
2 receivers right and 1 to the left. Shotgun snap. Malott looking to throw. Steps up out of pressure. Fires incomplete. Sailed over Mullins, who was grabbing a little bit there. And that's incomplete.
Yeah, pretty tight coverage on the outside. Tommy tried to sneak one into a tight window on a little turnaround pattern there. Tight coverage by Malik Mullins, the corner from on the outside for Cal Poly.
And for Malik Mullins, the kid who just transferred from community college, he's a big kid. He's like 6'2", 6'3". I mean, that is a big size. He has not made his first catch in a Cats uniform yet, but you do wonder what he can do when you kind of just look at that physicality.
Yeah, they like his size. I know that for sure. And he looks long legs, really, really long arms. Hopefully he's got a bright future.
2nd and 10 from the 31-yard line. Cats driving. 1:29 to go in the first half, leading 48-14. Here's the snap. Malott looking to throw. That is caught by Cleveland Thomas, coming back to the football, and he's into the Rosauers red zone after picking up the first Interstate Bank first down. That one up to the 18-yard line. Nice catch by Cleveland Thomas, trying to get back into a rhythm now.
Yeah, good to see Cleveland back in the starting lineup, and good job climbing the ladder, snagging that football. Really good to see him get back in the action.
First catch of the day for Cleveland Thomas. That one goes for 13 yards. Clock running at the 1-minute mark of the first half. Here's the snap, the throw, fade down the left sideline. That is incomplete. Off the back of the cornerback, intended for Cleveland Thomas. Quarterback never really turned around, but an incomplete pass at the goal line.
Yeah, I think they really thought it was good coverage. I thought maybe there was quite a bit of contact, but nonetheless, that was another fade ball, taking the one-on-one opportunity to the outside. Falls incomplete.
2nd and 10 from the 18-yard line. Here's the snap. Malott hit as he throws. That's caught by Malik Mullins. Short of the first down, so 3rd down will come up. And that one up to the 11-yard line. Nice toss by Tommy Malott. He got hit right in the gut as he delivered it.
Yeah, and I saw him reaching for his gut there. Hopefully he's okay. His ribs are safe. I would hope. That was quite a bit of arm strength, all things considered. It was a pretty far throw, despite being hit right in the gut as he threw it.
Bozeman Health injury timeout. One of the cornerbacks for Cal Poly is down and struggling to get up here. Know what's below? Tap, click, or call 811 before you dig. Brought to you by Montana, 811.org. For Montana State, they will receive the football at the start of the second half. 37 seconds left in the first half. They're facing 3rd down from the 11-yard line with 3 yards to gain, leading 48-14. Cats right now number 3 in the nation. They are 8-1 this season. They are 6-0 in the Big Sky. Now, they have not been playing 8 games for very long. in the Big Sky. But the Cats 3 different times have won 7 games in conference, so 7 conference wins. So if they win today, that would tie a program record, and they'd be going to try to set a program record next week if they do hang on and win today.
Yeah, which is a real testament to this squad. It's hard to win conference games, and to win that many, it says a whole lot. There have been a lot of really good football teams that come through Montana State over the years, and this is a very, very challenging conference. Kudos to this squad.
And when they get home, regardless of what happens today, they'll be going for their 4th undefeated season at home, with the last coming last year. 3rd and 3 with 37 seconds to go in the first half. Cats in the red zone at the 11-yard line. Malott in the shotgun. Marquis Johnson on his right hip. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Here's the snap, looking to throw. Fires, that is caught by Cleavon Thomas on a slant at the 5-yard line, and he has stood up there still on his feet, and finally they blow the whistle dead. But he got the first down up to either the 5 or 4-yard line, so 1st and goal to go with 29 seconds left.
Nice throw by Tommy Malott. He took another shot. Great catch in traffic on the slant route by Cleavon Thomas.
5 of his last 7 through the air now after a 2 for 10 start. 1st and goal to go from the 4 with 18 seconds left in the first half. Here's the snap they give to Marquis Johnson. Ooh, and he's hammered right at the line of scrimmage. He got popped up at about the 2 or 3-yard line.
Marquis Johnson brought down.
Bobcats take one of their first of the 3 timeouts.
2nd down and goal coming up.
That was David Meyer coming in from the linebacker position. He had another shot on Tommy Malott in the previous play. He's been pretty productive thus far. I don't know if he timed it up there on a blitz. We don't have a replay up here, but he was untouched. And Marquis Johnson isn't exactly throwing a lot of weight around back there, and being untouched certainly helps. That was a big shot Marquis took.
Yeah, David Myers is 6'1", 210 pounds, while Marquis Johnson is listed at 5'8", 170. Meyer is the leading tackler, and he's got the most sacks on the team for Cal Poly at 3.5. That was a heck of a play by David Meyer. See every pulse-pounding, buzzer-beating play in astounding detail with a patient experience that's second to none. Experienced doctors and advanced technology. Vance Thompson Vision, the official LASIK cataract surgeon of the Bobcats, is your place for laser vision correction. Learn more at VanceThompsonVision.com. Montana State lining it up, 2nd and goal to go, right? Yeah, 2nd and goal to go from 4 yards out. 12 seconds left in the first half. Cats up 48-14. Malott ready for the snap, takes it. He will throw. Trying to spin off a man and cannot. He is sacked down at the 15-yard line. So big loss that time, and now 3rd and very, very long coming up. And a timeout called by Montana State, so they will line up a field goal here.
Yeah, tried to get a little bit creative. Instead of running the football there, sticking to their bread and butter, they tried to opt for just a one-on-one pattern. Willie Patterson trying to come with a little bit of a whip route, a slant, then you whip it to the out, but good coverage. Credit Cal Poly on defense. That was, Donovan Sanders on the outside. Good coverage on Willie Patterson.
So the Cats will line up another field goal here. This one will be about 32 yards.
Blake Lesnar in for the
Lesnar 2 for 2 today. And looking for number 3, trying to put the Cats over 50 points in the first half. So 3 seconds left in the second quarter. Montana State up 48-14. Now we've got a whistle. And I think a timeout called by Cal Poly. That is correct. And Blake Lesnar kind of walking away like, what are you doing? Come on, man, let me just kick. I don't need this.
I thought I think he thinks he was supposed to maybe get a little practice kick there. And that ref came storming in. He almost got kicked by a little practice swing by Blake Lesnar. I thought maybe he was going to kick him right in the face.
It was funny hearing Lesnar talk after the game winner at Northern Arizona last week. You know, they tried to ice him twice. They used 2 timeouts, and he said, look, it doesn't really ice me anymore. I've got a whole routine. Anytime they call a timeout, I just go through the routine. Like, it's not really a big deal for me.
Yeah, and that is the mark of a really good kicker. He's a talented weapon and a clutch kicker, as we saw last week. He's been really productive for the Bobcats in his young career.
And Eastern Washington has 2 more timeouts. Let's see if they use them.
So 3 seconds left in the first half. 31-yard attempt. Here's the snap and the hold by Leighton. Glessner puts it up and puts it through. He's 3 for 3 today. And the Cats have broken 50 points in the first half. There is a flag on the field after that play. See which way it goes. I think it was on Cal Poly. We'll double check here before we go to our halftime break. The officials discussing things. Field goal's good. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Montana State. Didn't hear who it was. So unsportsmanlike conduct on Montana State. So that'll be assessed in the second half. So it was after the play happened. Montana State at halftime leads 51-14 over Cal Poly. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
Mustang students, family, and veterans, welcome to Mustang Memorial Field for the Mustang Band's halftime show.
Bobcat
Salute to
football
service.
is presented by My McDonald's Rewards. Download the McDonald's app to start earning free McDonald's and great game day deals. Cats leading at 51-14 at halftime here. And Mikey, that was a heck of a first half for the Cats. They really succeeded in pretty much all aspects of the game. There were a couple of mistakes in the secondary, but overall, that ground game was something to behold.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're running the football, you really control you control the game, and they've controlled the game at the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. That was one of the successes, or the keys to success, rather, we would have mentioned earlier. And they dominated up front in that first half. We mentioned a couple things that if we're being nitpicky, some of the pass coverage, and then just the lack of the pass game, I think. But look, if you run the football at this clip, you got to be pleased.
Yeah, and we're looking at this game too from the perspective of how does it move forward. Like, look, you're going to win this game more than likely. You're up 51-14.
Right, and I mean that's exactly right. I mean if we can carry on, that's what you want. But you're also looking at it from like, okay, are you really gonna next week and the following week? Are you gonna run for what you have yardage wise? I don't know. That would be awesome if that happens next week. But at the same time, you want to have a balanced offense and be able to throw the football when you need to, utilizing your quarterback and being pretty creative there, pass game wise. But nonetheless, you take this type of lead, 51-14. You just, if we're nitpicking here and there, you'd like to see a little bit more throwing the football, a little more control from Tommy, and spreading the ball around in the pass game.
And Malott started to get it going a little bit. He started 2 of 10 through the air today, and he ended up finishing 7 of 17. So all things considered, 5 of his last 7 were completed. So that's a very good sign for Malott. And it doesn't look like, it's anything where it's like he's not talented or skilled enough. It does almost look a little in his head. You don't want to really try to diagnose too much on what's going on for a guy between the ears. But, when you see a ball kind of skipped in there on a comeback route, or you see him kind of overthrow a guy a little bit more consistently, we've seen that a lot lately. Those are the types of things that you do feel like can be fixed. And it's certainly in there because we've seen it before, and you expect at some point to come back out. You just need it sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what Coach Housewright was doing there late in the first half. There was a couple throws, getting him on the move, on the run, was really helpful. And then also just some pretty simple, spacing type concepts, just having your receivers find some soft space in the zone, turn around, and just getting Tommy in a little bit of a rhythm and getting that confidence going. You could see that late in the first half, and hopefully they carry on here in the second.
Montana State on top, 51-14 at halftime. We'll take a break. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Back in San Luis Obispo, Montana State leading 51-14 at halftime. Did you know that Mountain Hot Tub was voted Hot Tub Dealer of the Year? For the best service after the sale since 1979, visit visit Mountain Hot Tub at Gooch Hill and Huffine. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the numbers from this first half of play for Montana State. It was all Cats all night so far. Montana State put up 24 points in that first half, and we remind you, or excuse me, that first quarter, and 51 points total in this ball game. Remind you that all the stats are presented by Town Pump. Cats had 437 total yards, 80 through the air, 357 on the ground. Cal Poly 257 yards, 206 passing yards, 51 rushing yards in this game. Montana State 6 of 8 on third down. Cal Poly 3 of 8. Montana State with a couple of forced turnovers. They had the scoop and score from Ben Seymour after the sack and the forced fumble by Kenneth Iden, and Callahan O'Reilly got his team best 4th interception of the season. Individually for Montana State, Tommy Mellott 7 of 17 through the air, 80 yards. He completes 41% of his passes on the ground, 357 yards. Marquis Johnson, 11 carries, 218 yards, 4 touchdowns, and he averaged almost 20 yards per carry. Elijah Elliott, 5 carries for 65 yards. Tommy Mellott, 4 carries for 58 yards. And Derek Snell had a rushing touchdown in this game as well. Garrett Kuhn, 2 carries for 1 yard in this contest. Through the air, Willie Patterson leading the way with 3 catches, 51 yards. His next touchdown catch will move him into the top 10 in career receiving touchdowns at Montana State. Cleveland Thomas returning to the lineup, 2 catches, 20 yards. Malik Mullins, his first Cats catch, 1 catch for 7 yards. Elijah Elliott, 1 catch for 2 yards. Cal Poly through the air, 15 of 23 from Spencer Brash, 164 yards and a touchdown today. Fletcher leading the way, carrying the ball, 6 carries, 22 yards. Garwood, 3 carries for 19. Harper, 4 for 18 in this game. And they've completed a lot of passes, 17 total passes. Josh Cuevas leading the way with 6 catches, 79 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Coleman, 2 catches for 30 yards. So those are the 2 main receivers for Cal Poly in this game, as the Cats lead it 51-14 at halftime. Bridger Brewing is home to award-winning locally crafted beer and pizza. Bridger Brewing, cheers to every adventure being better than the last. We'll take a break, and when we get back, we'll get you caught up around the Big Sky today as well. Montana State again on top, 51-14 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. And we'll do the ID when we get back. Back at halftime, Montana State leading 51-14 over Cal Poly, trying to take an undefeated Big Sky record into the Brawl of the Wild next week. Bobcat Nation, Toyota has created a rewards program specifically for you. As part of the Toyota Rewards program, you can win exclusive swag throughout the year, along with receiving a premium giveaway in the mail each time you bring your vehicle in to be serviced with one of your local Montana Toyota dealers. To join the program, visit msubobcats.com/Toyota Rewards to register. Toyota, proud to be a partner of Bobcat Athletics. Taking a look around the rest of the Big Sky today, Montana defeated Eastern Washington 63-7. Just dismantled Eastern Washington today. Weber State gets a win at home against Idaho State, winning 45-7. Northern Colorado got a late score to win at home against Northern Arizona, 21-20. How about UC Davis? Their 5th straight game over 40 points. They lead Idaho 41-19. So Idaho looks like they're going to slip to their second Big Sky loss. And for UC Davis, that sets up an opportunity where if they win next week at Sac State, they certainly have a shot to get into the playoffs, which we thought was pretty much all but gone, because after they had lost to Montana State, they started Big Sky play 0-2. I believe they were 1-4 at that time, and now they have rattled off 4 straight wins, potentially 5 straight wins with a healthy lead midway through that fourth quarter. That would be an impressive run by UC Davis if they could find their way into the playoffs. Taking a quick look at the standings, don't forget that Sac State won yesterday at Portland State. So right now, Sac State is in first place at 7-0. Montana State at 6-0, trying to get there with a win today. Idaho looks like they're going to slip to 5-2. Weber State 5-2. UC Davis now 4-2, but they're leading at the moment. Montana is 4-3 in the Big Sky. Portland State's 3-4. UNC's 2-5. NAU is 2-5. Eastern Washington 1-6 in the Big Sky this year. Idaho State 1-6. This Cal Poly team 0-6. So tough year for Eastern Washington. That is a rare down year, and they are down this season.
Yeah, for a team that was, in the playoffs last year, and just the caliber and the history that they've had in the last 10 to 15 years. Shocker to see them at the bottom of the rankings.
Yeah, and it's been their defense. They've given up 445 points this year. That is almost 100 points more than the next closest in the Big Sky. So it's been tough in that regard for them. All right, before we take our final halftime break, let's pause 10 seconds for our network station identification. This is Bobcat Football. We're back at Cal Poly. We're at Mustang Memorial Field. The Bobcats have a 51-14 lead over Cal Poly. We're getting set for the second half of play, and we'll get to that after this timeout. This is Bobcat Football from Learfield. Sean and Brent talking. Hello, everybody. Getting ready to roll for the second half of play. Montana State leading 51-14, and they're going to get the football back here. Mikey, so we just watched Sean Chambers and Brent Vigen have a pretty, a pretty emphatic conversation with each other as we get going into this second half. We did not see Sean in that first half, but he is dressed, and it looks like he's ready to go.
Yeah, I think what I can tell is one, Tommy Mlott's got the red hat on, so he is going to be done for the evening, which is very wise. I think, Sean Chambers, no need coming off injury. I don't think we're going to see him the rest of this game. If we haven't seen him in the first half, there's absolutely no reason he's going to, play here the second half, I would guess. We're probably going to see Sean Austin, and he's the third-string quarterback, and I think that he's going to get his opportunity when you're up 51-14. Let this offensive line do the work and continue to run the football, try and get out of here unscathed by any more injuries.
Here's the kickoff. It is a short kickoff that bounces the 20. R.J. Fitzgerald grabs it and dives forward. So Montana State will take over. Just trying to read the body language here of Sean Chambers. He's kind of jogging along the sideline here. He's got his helmet in his hands. And it is Sean Austin that's in the huddle here, but Chambers kind of over there right now, and he has put the helmet on. And as we were reading that body language, I wonder if he was lobbying to try to get in there, and Brent's saying, hey, look, we just don't need you. Plus, you got to remember that Chambers has a lot of people here that drove out for the game.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I can create that narrative like that's what I saw. I think that's what I saw, but at the same time, we have no idea, and we need him down the stretch, so if he doesn't play, I think that's okay.
So Sean Austin is in there, hands it off to Marquis Johnson. He's got another one. He breaks through the line of scrimmage, and he's tackled from behind up at the 40-yard line. The career record for most rushing yards in the game is 298. Back in 1967 against Weber State, Don Haas did it, and we're seeing Marquis Johnson get pretty close to that.
Yeah, Don Haas, the Iron Tumbleweed. He has got a lot of records. I've heard about his toughness. 1967.
Here's the snap. They hand it off. Marquis Johnson running right, turns up the hash marks across the 50-yard line, and he cuts back up at the first down marker, and he's got the First Interstate Bank first down as he gets himself into plus territory.
He was following Cole in there down through that hole.
Yeah, good to see Cole back in the lineup. Thanks, Dan. He's coming back from a lower leg injury, and this offensive line depth has been really impressive. They lost a couple starters in Titan Fleischman and along with Marcus Weir as well. And so good to see Cole Sane back in the lineup.
Up to 232 yards rushing. So, again, 298 is the program record, and 5 touchdowns is the program record for a single game. Austin delivers the throw to the left side, and it is bobbled and dropped over on the left side by Aiden Garrigan. So that'll bring up 2nd and 10. Cats in plus territory at the 49-yard line, leading 51-14 early in the third quarter.
We heard Coach Vigen talk about this a little bit heading into halftime, but he wants these guys to continue to keep the standard here offensively and defensively. As some of these younger guys, you see Aiden Garrigan getting in the game, Sean Austin playing quarterback. This is still the standard, to dominate, to run the football, to continue to be proficient both offensively and defensively, and that's the expectation for these young guys.
Malik Mullins in motion from right to left. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Elijah Elliott, up the middle, carrying a safety up to the 30-yard line. Everybody jump on Elliott's back. Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, good job putting your foot in the ground. Elijah Elliott getting in on the party. He's had quite a few carries, but they were riding the hot hand in that first half with Marquis Johnson. Good to see him get some more carries here in the second half.
I mean, he's averaging over 10 yards per carry today. That was only his 7th carry. Here's the snap. Austin fires to Mullins. He makes the catch of the numbers, spins off one man, uses a stiff arm. He's down the right sideline, and he's pushed out of bounds at the 10-yard line. They're actually going to put him at the 12, and they've got a new fresh set of downs, and they're into the Rosauers red zone.
I think that might be his first catch of the career.
Second catch. One in the first half. Yep.
Okay, well, good to see Malik. Career. Yeah, good to see him get in the ball game, and he's got the physical skills. There's no doubt about that. He looks the part, long legs, long arms, doing something shifty there with the football that time.
Snap and a handoff. Elijah Elliott able to get inside the 10-yard line up to the 7-yard line. So another nice 6-yard gain from Elijah Elliott. He's doing the job, and he's getting close to 100 yards on the ground today.
Credit this offensive line, really controlling the line of scrimmage, imposing their will on this Cal Poly defensive front, opening some big lanes for these running backs.
Well, the running performance today, one for the ages, across 400 yards on the ground today. Just incredible stuff by the Cats on the ground.
And it's so demoralizing when you're on the defensive side of this thing and someone's running the ball at will. It just really takes the life out of you, and we've seen this from this Bobcat offensive front.
Here's the snap. Austin looking to throw. Fires toward the end zone. That's caught. Aiden Garrigan across the goal line. Touchdown, Montana State. Sean Austin, his first career touchdown pass, and it goes to Aiden Garrigan, who also picks up his first career touchdown.
What a nice throw. It really was a slant route. He fit it in a pretty tight window, pretty good coverage. There's actually a dropping linebacker that tried to get in the window, and he had enough touch on the football. Really good throw, Sean Austin.
12-17 to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 57-14. Here's the snap and the hold. This kick is up, and that kick is good. So Sean Austin able to cap a nice 7-play, 73-yard drive over 2 minutes, 41 seconds, and it's a 7-yard touchdown pass to Aiden Garrigan. So a couple of firsts for both Garrigan and Austin. Very exciting. Nice to see.
Yeah, really good to see these young guys come in and be proficient, efficient with the football as well, running the ball, throwing the football. Really good to see out of this young crew, keeping that standard.
The Bozeman Come On In Hotel and Suites is a proud sponsor of MSU Athletics and the Montana State Alumni Association. The Come On In allows you to escape the ordinary while enjoying their numerous hotel and guest room amenities. Visit ComeOnIn.com to book your stay today. Sean Austin looking comfortable, looking confident. I mean, redshirt freshman, obviously tucked behind both Sean Chambers and Tommy Malott, but looking sharp in those couple of drives and those couple of passes.
Yeah, and I know they're excited about him. He's he's a freshman. He's from Idaho, and clearly he's a capable guy. Leads the offense there on a really nice sustained drive. I know the coaching staff is excited about his future.
Nice to see that. He went 2 for 3 on that drive with 25 yards and the touchdown pass. Very exciting stuff. Here's the kickoff from left to right by Glessner. A rising kick that will be caught at about the 5-yard line as the air continues to cool. Here's the return along the left sideline, and he is brought down. No, he's still on his feet across the 20, escapes some more traffic up to the 30, and he pushes the pile to the 35-yard line. Wow, and Blake Glessner pops up out of 2 different green jerseys as he was getting blocked heavy.
Yeah, 2 guys blocking the kicker, and they jump up celebrating. I got to laugh about that one.
Got to find something to celebrate when you're down 58-14 with 12 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bobcat fans, when you buy Bobcat products at the MSU bookstore, you help lower the price of course materials for Montana State students. Shop online at Bobcat Stadium or on campus. The MSU bookstore is your Bobcat gear headquarters. Cal Poly from right to left. They take over at their own 35-yard line. Pistol formation. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Running up the middle, and he's tackled right away. Ben Seymour and Kenneth Iden were there. And Drew Polidor coming out of the pile as well. That was a beautiful tackle.
Yeah, good run fits once again. Up front, controlling the line of scrimmage. They snapped the next back of that offensive line of Cal Poly. They didn't stand a chance there. Really good run fits, good downhill play by the linebackers as well for a loss of 1.
Cal Poly averages under 100 yards of rushing gain per game. Here's the shotgun snap. Brash fires over the middle. That is caught. Sliding catch across the 50-yard line by Josh Cuevas. Nice snag.
That's that same seam route that we saw over and over again in that first half. And Callahan O'Reilly was able to get his hands on a couple of them, one for an interception. They went right back to that same play.
1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Here's the snap. Brash looking to throw. Still looking. Got nowhere to go. Instead fires over to the left sideline to the running back. He's got space down the left sideline. Cuts back inside. He's inside the 20, and he's finally taken down at the 15-yard line. Boy, he was elusive there.
Yeah, and really broke contain. Drew Polidor is the corner on the outside, and he came underneath the block when he should have been outside of that wide receiver trying to block him, and he just threaded the needle there in terms of trying to run the little gauntlet on the sideline. Big gain for the Cal Poly Mustangs.
Here's the snap. They fire to Cuevas over the middle, and he is tackled just inside the 5-yard line, just crossing it along in the middle of the field, and they are up inside the 5. It's 1st and goal to go.
Yeah, they've hit quite a few of those crosser routes tonight. Pretty easy route, or pretty easy read, for for the quarterback, and they've been utilizing those when they can. See if they can't get a stop here, this Bobcat D.
And they're up at the 1 yard line. Here's the snap. He hands it off up the middle and through. Touchdown. So 1 yard run, and Cal Poly adds to their total. So they're up to 20 now. Cats up 58-20 after that rushing touchdown. Just the 5th rushing touchdown of the year for Cal Poly. So they will line things up for the PAT, and they really carved things up on that drive for Cal Poly. They really had their way that time on that drive.
Yeah, for as proficient as that offense looked, it's hard. You get that defense on the field, and you want to see them show up and really keep that same standard, and Cal Poly kind of did what they wanted on that drive.
Kick is good, and we will head to a break. Montana State leading 58-21 over Cal Poly with 10:18 to go in the third quarter. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. $10:18 to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 58-21 over Cal Poly. We're on record watch today. Don Haas had 298 yards in a single game. Marquis Johnson right on the cusp of getting there. And the program record for most rushes in a single game was in 1973 against Fresno State. Cats put up 483 rushing yards that day. So they are within striking distance. Also, the most rushing touchdowns in a game is 6. Right now, Montana State is at 5. Derek Snell has 1. Marquis Johnson has 4. They've done that multiple times, most recently versus Montana in 2019. So for the Cats, they're getting into some rarefied air for a program that has had such a storied ground game. They're adding another chapter today.
Yeah, and with plenty of time to go. You got 10 minutes and 18 seconds left in the third quarter. I would guess that they're going to, between now and the end of the fourth quarter, find their way into the end zone via the run game. So records could be broken this evening in San Luis Obispo.
Marquis Johnson right now, 242 yards, so a little over 50 yards shy of getting to that single-game program mark. Cal Poly will kick it away. They just completed a 5-play, 65-yard drive over a minute 49. They really cruised on that last drive. Cats up 58-21, 10:18 to go in the third quarter. Here's a short little kick. That one bounces at 25. R.J. Fitzgerald bobbles it. It's out of bounds. So couldn't quite make that catch on a hop. They're very afraid of kicking it to Marquis Johnson right now for a good reason. And R.J. Fitzgerald with some bricks in his wrists.
Yeah, they've seen enough of Marquis Johnson. They don't want to give him any more touches there, and especially free ones with a full head of steam via kickoff return.
Just another reminder of how good these guys are and how good Blake Glessner and this kicking unit is for Montana State. So Garrett Kuhn's going to get some carries here. Sean Austin is in the ball game. He's playing quarterback for Montana State. And it's, again, Garrett Kuhn, who will be the running back here, who has done a nice job today. Here's the snap. They give it to Kuhn. He runs along the right hash mark, gets through the line of scrimmage, bowls over a safety, and he takes that football just shy of the first down marker, about 2 yards shy, give him an 8-yard gain. Cats continuing to climb, over 410 yards on the ground today.
And Garrett Kuhn just running downhill. He's such a physical back. We talked about it last week as well when he got quite a few carries. Coach Jimmy Peel is excited about his future, the Sheridan native. Good to see him continue to get some carries.
3 receivers left, 1 to the right. Mostly backups in now for the Cats, leading 58-21, 9:40 to go in the third. Here's the snap, handoff to Kuhn. He's got a lot of space. He's across the 40-yard line, spins off one more man, and finally tackled at midfield, just shy of midfield up to the 46-yard line. And he's got a first interstate bank first down with the clock running at the 9:30 mark of the third.
Yeah, that was an outside zone play. Offensive line was blocking left, really wide left, and Garrett Kuhn kind of rides the wave, as they call it. He stretches laterally and then cuts it back, and there's nobody there. The defensive line has been all washed down, and he's one-on-one with the safety.
426 yards for the Cats now. On the ground, here's the snap. Throw over to the left side, caught by Clevan Thomas. He cuts inside, now cuts back left. He makes a man miss. He's got the first down. He's inside the 30. Clevan Thomas cuts back at the 10. He's got a blocker, dragging a man, stretches out the football, and he is shy. 1 yard shy of the goal line, a 53-yard catch and run.
I love the effort, and Clevan Thomas is so close. And it's killing him. He's wiping his visor there, being like, come on, how was I so close? Really good yards after the catch. Really nifty run. He had some breakaway speed himself.
And a nice job of tiptoeing there along the sideline. He was real close to the sideline in front of that Cal Poly bench.
Love that effort. Love to see Clevan Thomas back in there after some compliance issues, missed the last couple of games, but back in there now, and he is very excited. You can see that extra oomph and that extra energy. So up to the 1 yard line, here's the snap. They hand it off. Garrett Kuhn up the middle, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. Garrett Kuhn has his first career rushing touchdown. Oh.
They're going to bring it back for an illegal formation. They maybe didn't have enough guys on the line of scrimmage there. Going to negate that run by Garrett Kuhn, but my guess is he's going to get another crack at it here shortly.
And a lot of these backups just haven't had that many turns at all these different formations.
First and goal at the 6.
So they'll set it up again. 8:11 to go in the third quarter. First and goal to go from the 6 yard line. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Kuhn dives up the middle into the line of scrimmage, stays on his feet, and he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Garrett Kuhn. There it is, his first career touchdown in a Cats uniform. And Montana State leading 64-21, and they've tied the program record for most rushing touchdowns in a game, number 6.
Great effort there by Garrett Kuhn. He was stopped in the backfield, or maybe for a gain of 1, and he just didn't give up. Continued to lean on that offensive line, churn his legs, finds a way in the end zone. Credit that offensive line. Good to see some of those younger guys in there getting reps.
Now the snap. Layton puts it down. Glessner puts it up and through. That field goal is good. And the Cats lead 65-21 with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter. And Garrett Kuhn scoring the 6th rushing touchdown, 6th town pump touchdown of the day on the ground. 7 total touchdowns on offense, 8 total touchdowns for the Cats today. And again, they have tied the program record for most rushing touchdowns in a single game. We'll take a break. Cats leading 65-21 over Cal Poly. 8:06 to go in the third. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. in the third quarter.
Some more of that gap scheme. They've had some pulling linemen on that last play. It was a power play, really. A good job by the run fits for Montana State, especially these young guys.
Here's the snap. He runs up the middle again and finally brought down again in
Troy
the
Fletcher over the
secondary.
middle.
First down for Cal Poly
Tackled
up
by
at
Level
the
Price Jr.
47-yard line. Yeah, 47-yard line.
And Fletcher, he's a smaller back, but he's got a lot of explosiveness to him as well. He's got a nice burst through the line of scrimmage. This Bobcat D's got to find a way to shore themselves up a little bit. Keep to this standard. There's a lot of football left.
First and 10 from their own 47-yard line. Here's the pistol snap. Play action, rolling out right. Brash fires into the flat. That is caught, and he's tripped up a little bit. Just got caught by the turf monster on that right sideline up near the 45-yard line. So it'll be second and mid-range here, about second and 5. Second and 4.
Those fullbacks there, he had a lot of real estate once he caught the football, almost didn't know what to do with it.
By the way, the program record for most points in a game, 86 against Eastern Oregon State in 1985.
Eastern Oregon State, how about that?
Here's this.
I remember that game.
They hand it off, running right, and he is tackled near that first down marker. I think he might have gotten it. Maybe no, he's a little bit short. What do you remember about that game, Dan? Any notable memories on that one?
I know we didn't throw a pass in the second half. I do remember that.
Second and 2.
Only 3 times in program history have the Cats scored 70 or more points. They put up 70 against Northern Arizona in 1990, 77 against UC Davis in 2014, and 86 in 1985. These are all the numbers since World War II, so since the mid-40s. Here's the snap and a toss, and he's bottled up. The running back taken down in the backfield. Drew Polidor, nice tackle for loss.
Yeah, they try to get into a speed option look into the boundary, much like what we've seen from Montana State here in the first half. Good job triggering on the football. Drew Polidor from his corner position and a sure tackle.
Clock running at the 5:05 mark of the third quarter. Montana State up 65-21. One of the best days offensively for Montana State. And now a whistle, and I believe a timeout by Cal Poly. Yes, that is correct. Shout out Firehouse Subs. They'll be taking care of us when we get back home next week for the Brawl of the Wild. We'll take a break. 5:01 to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 65-21 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. .501 to go in the third quarter. Montana State leading 65-21 over Cal Poly. I'm Keaton Colomley along with Mikey Ryder and Dan Davies down on the sideline. Dan, help us put this into context, man. I mean, you've watched more Montana State football than any of us. I mean, this is one of the more remarkable rushing performances we've ever seen in this program's history.
Yeah, there's no question about that. It's remarkable, and of course, when you get those big gashing plays, like Marquis Johnson got 2 or 3 or 4 of them, I should say, it's just all kind of snowballs into the favor of the offense, and everybody's feeling good. The offensive linemen are getting on their blocks, and receivers are blocking. It's just a good experience for this whole offensive team.
Cal Poly at the 50-yard line. They're facing 4th and 7 with 5:01 to go in the third quarter. Montana State up 65-21. Here's the snap. Brash looking to throw. Fires on a slant. That is caught. And he is tackled after a first down marker up at the 40-yard line. Cal Poly still getting their way through the air. They've completed over 70% of their passes today.
Yeah, nothing really too long, but they've taken what the defense has given them right there in cover 2, just gave a little bit of a slant route and throws a pretty simple throw.
Snap, play action. Brash, plenty of time. Rolling out right outside the hash marks, angling toward the line of scrimmage. Throws on the run down the right sideline. Incomplete. Threw behind Coleman just a little bit as he was scrambling out to his right. So second down on its way up.
Tyrell Thomas there on the coverage. Brash broke contain. Got a little bit on the run. Alex Johnson was in hot pursuit trying to pull him up. Brash tries to fit it in a little bit of a back shoulder, and good coverage there. Tyrell Todd on the outside from his corner spot. Takari Carr is now in the game. He's a true freshman, California native as well. He's on the field playing corner.
Here's the snap, throw over the middle. Cuevas makes the catch, sheds one tackler, and is tackled now shy of the first down marker, 2 yards shy of that first down marker. We'll bring up third and very short for Cal Poly. 4:17 to go, clock running in the third quarter. Montana State up 65-21. Kenneth Iden still in there. Zach Black's in there on the line.
Paul Brott's in there, defensive front wise. Hunter Parsons.
Yep. So seeing some fresh guys out there. Here's the snap from under center. They hand it off. He runs up the middle. He's got the first down, and he runs over a safety. Tyson Pottinger did eventually bring him down, but not until Troy Fletcher dove forward, picked up another first down. Also, David Alston looked like he got hurt earlier. He is in a leg brace. He is out of his shoulder pads, limping around the sideline. So we'll see what that is. I'm sure we'll get an update on Monday, but that is not a good sign as that defensive line's getting a little thin here, especially with Brody Grebe out this week as well. Here's the snap. Brash rolling out right. Steps up, takes a shot toward the end zone. Caught Coleman into the end zone. Touchdown by Cal Poly. They've got 27 points. Pretty easy pitch and catch.
Yeah, and he really had another guy open to the front side as well. They had a little trips bunch and a smash concept with a corner route to the front side. He was wide open, but he opted to go to the back side. There's a guy streaking from the front side all the way back to the backside corner. And he was pretty well uncovered.
Zedekiah Centers actually was the receiver on that touchdown. Here's the snap, the kick, and that is up and good. Sent it over the netting. I think he sent it over the stands behind the goalpost, over a couple of the local high school bands that are here today, dotting the bleachers over there in some colorful band uniforms. But Cal Poly, 316 yards through the air. They're 24 of 33 in the air, 73% completion percentage with 3:17 to go in the third quarter. So again, I mean, you're looking at what Montana State's defense has done here the last 2 weeks, and I know you're playing a lot of second string guys at the moment against the first string Cal Poly guys, but talking about over 900 yards of offense the last 2 weeks allowed by this Cats defense.
Yeah, and I think, last week, absolutely, I think you can definitely count that. Not that you don't count this is definitely in the stats forever, but these last couple drives, you got some of these young guys in here, and it's you want to see a little bit more contain as far as points are concerned, but some of these guys are just getting into the game for the first time. But nonetheless, you want to see some stops, get off the field, get the ball back to the offense, and hold up that standard again, as I'll reference it as Coach Vigen talked about.
Montana State was penalized there for roughing the kicker. Coach Vigen was having a conversation with the official and lost the debate right there.
Yeah, that's usually a losing argument. Coach doesn't usually get to change the calls. So with that penalty, Cal Poly will kick off from the 50-yard line. So they might actually be able to kick it over Marquis Johnson's head because they have been dodging him after all the show he's put on the ground today. Marquis Johnson, 242 yards. Elijah Elliott, 89 rushing yards. Tommy Malott, 58. Garrett Kuhn, 28 today. Gooch caught by Derek Snell just shy of the 20-yard line with a fair catch. So Cats will take over, going from left to right. 3:17 to go in the third. Montana State up 65-28. So they will start at their own 25-yard line.
First and 10 at their own.
And they are hunting that rushing record today. They only need another 50 yards, and they got 18 minutes to do it. Be something pretty special if they could get up over 500 rushing yards today. As they've gone kind of to the second line on the offensive line now as well. It's Holden Sampson who is running the center position for Montana State.
Yeah, given the amount of time left, Keaton, I would be shocked if they don't get to this career rushing mark.
Snap and a handoff, and Garrett Kuhn runs left across the 30, stops. They're going to mark that at the 30-yard line. So 5-yard gain from Garrett Kuhn, 438 yards on the ground, and they only need one more rushing touchdown to set the program mark for most rushing touchdowns in a single game. They've done it multiple times with 6, including in 2019 against the Grizz. Under 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. Montana State up 65-28. Only 3 times in program history have they eclipsed 70 points in a game since the early 40s. Here's the snap. Hand it off. Running right. That's Kuhn across the line of scrimmage, and he pulls over a man for another 3-yard gain. 2 yards shy, 1 yard, and 2 yards shy of the first down marker, so 3rd and 2 coming up.
Guys, I was talking to Bryce Layton, the punter for Montana State, and he has yet to punt. And I asked him, have you ever not punted in a game? He said, just the Moorhead State game this year was the only time in his career he hasn't punted in a game.
Cats have scored on every drive. They have 3 field goals today as well on top of that. Pretty impressive stuff for Montana State. Wanted to see them take care of business. They've done that today. 1 receiver left, 1 to the right. Here's the snap. They put it in the belly of Kuhn. He cuts back right and is tackled across the first down marker. First Interstate Bank first down. So needed 2, got 3. They're over 440 yards on the ground now.
Good vision by Kuhn. Nice jump cut. Understanding where the sticks were, trying to get that first down. Good tough run by the youngster from Sheridan, Wyoming.
This game is brought to you by Montana State Fund, the Montana State Fund, covering Montana's workers with workers' comp and safety know-how. Workplace safety, you're naked without it. More at safemt.com. 1:34 remaining in the third quarter. Here's the shotgun snap. They hand it off, running up the middle, diving forward, and he is up to the 39-yard line. So that ball continuing to move forward on the ground right now. Who was that? Number 81.
Yeah, so that's Tavian Williams there getting some carries. He's listed as a receiver, but he's gotten some carries here and there. Kind of that similar Marquis Johnson concept, putting a receiver in the backfield. Every now and again, that's a nice little change-up. Just a different speed back there, making that defense adjust.
How many guys have we seen take true carries for this team this year? Just incredible. Here's the snap. They give it back to Garrigan. He runs up the middle and is clotheslined, but stays on his feet and finally goes down as he dives forward for a first down.
Yeah,
a 6-yard run.
Tough run. Tavion Williams, he's not a big guy, but good burst there, good vision. I'm telling you, defensively, it's hard. It just is a little bit of a different feel when you start mixing and matching some of these runners. You got a little bit of Garrett Kuhn, and he's got a different style than a Tavion Williams or a Marquis Johnson or an Elijah Elliott. They're all a little bit different. Kind of forces you to adjust and play them differently on defense.
453 yards on the ground for the Cats now. R.J. Fitzgerald in there as the fullback. Garrett Kuhn is back as the halfback. Here's the snap. They give it to Kuhn. He runs along the right hash mark, moving the pile, and he takes a header in the 49-yard line. So a 3-yard gain, making 456 yards now. Exciting just to watch this kind of chip away as the Cats get close to the program record.
Yeah, and this offense isn't in a big hurry as we head into the fourth quarter. They're going to continue to run the ball and soak up as much clock as possible.
Montana State needs 31 yards in order to set a new program record for most rushing yards in a single game and break a record that is nearly 50 years old. We're heading to the fourth. Cats up 65-28 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. 25 years of proud business service, Cosentus optimizes healthcare, dental, and small business solutions with a focus on your growth. Check them out today at cosentus.com. Start the fourth quarter. Reminder, if the Cats score a touchdown here in the fourth quarter, that would be presented by Toyota. Cats lead 65-28. They have 456 yards on the ground, so they need fewer than 30 yards to set a new program mark. And it's been everybody getting involved in it. Marquis Johnson leading the way with 242, so looks like he'll come up about 50 yards shy of the single season or single game mark. Don Haas had it with 298 yards years and years ago now, but pretty exciting time. So, I mean, everybody who's gotten a carry now, you're a part of it right now, right? Marquis Johnson, 242. Elijah Elliott, 89 yards. Tommy Malott, 58. Garrett Kuhn, 42. Williams, 10. Derek Snell, 1. So they're putting up some pretty impressive numbers today, and it's exciting to see the way this is all playing out. Cats have 12 yards per carry at this moment, and it's a special and memorable night for the Cats, leading 65-28.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to see some of these guys, maybe one more rusher over 100. Anytime you get some of those, more than one guy breaking the century mark, always a good thing. But regardless, what a performance by the offensive line in particular, clearing a whole bunch of lanes, and then Marquis Johnson doing a heck of a lot of the work with 242 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's been a really dominant performance on the ground.
2nd and 7 for Montana State. As we start the fourth quarter, Cats up 65-28, and they're at their own 49-yard line. 2 receivers right, 2 to the left. Kuhn in the backfield next to Sean Austin. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Kuhn. He runs up the middle, and he pushes forward for a 2-yard gain, so up to the 49-yard line. And that'll bring up 3rd down for Montana State. They have not punted it yet, so Bryce Lighton might have to actually do some work today, although he's been the holder today, and a couple of field goals, and quite a lot of PATs as well today.
Yeah, absolutely. This offense, by the way, is in no hurry, as you might guess, just utilizing all the play clock and just trying to soak the clock up here. Be nice to move the sticks one more time.
3rd and 6. Austin on the right hash mark in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right, Kuhn to the backfield. Here's the snap. Austin looking to throw, fires. That is caught with a dive for a 1st down. Nice snag crossing on the left side. Aiden Garrigan, who's also picked up his first career receiving touchdown today, able to get that First Interstate Bank 1st down up to the 44-yard line.
Yeah, good to see the Magnolia, Texas native getting some catches. They're excited about his future, and that was a fairly difficult catch. Wasn't really on the money. Sean Austin put it a little bit low, and good job finding a way to corral that thing and move the chains.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap. They fake the handoff. Austin runs left and, lowers his shoulder and is popped at the line of scrimmage. He lost, I think, a yard there. Actually, no gain, looks like. So still at the 44-yard line. But Sean Austin's a big man. He kind of lowered the shoulder there against one of the DBs.
Yeah, and his teammate, Malik Mullins, on the outside, didn't exactly do a great job blocking. He let that corner come in and got a pretty good shot there on Sean Austin. And you could see the receivers coach down there, Coach Udy, he was not happy.
2 receivers, actually make that 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 10 from the 44-yard line. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Kuhn cuts back right across the line of scrimmage. He powers forward up to the 35-yard line. Give him the 36-yard line, so 2 yards shy of the 1st down marker. Over 460 yards on the ground now, approaching the program record. And you've got 3rd and 2 coming up for the Cats. And I think everybody in the building knows what's coming up next. They're going to stick it right back into the belly of your running back over and over again at this point, especially with only 2 yards to gain on this 3rd down.
That was a nice run by Garrett Kuhn. It was pretty crafty. He used a stiff arm and kind of propelled him into the latter part of his run. He is a nice back.
Here's the snap. Handed off. Kuhn up the middle, diving forward up to the 30-yard line, just shy of the 30-yard line. First Interstate Bank 1st down for Montana State. So he gets the 1st down and up around 470 yards now. And the Cats only need about 13 or 15 yards to set this record.
I'm guessing they're going to get it here.
71 now, 471. So you need 12 yards to tie, 13 to set the mark.
Popping on a nice big one, maybe getting on a touchdown run would be nice.
That would also set a record with the 7th rushing touchdown if you can get it. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, the snap. They bobble it slightly. Garrigan able to hold on to it. It was a RPO. He runs up the middle and does get to the 28-yard line, but Austin and Garrigan kind of a little confused on what they wanted to do there. So they pick up another 3 yards.
That exchange is interesting. You know, you get guys that don't do it all the time, and just happy that that didn't result in a turnover, a fumble on the ground. That center, or excuse me, the quarterback running back mesh, as they call it, takes a lot of reps. And Tavion Williams, typically a receiver in there playing running back. Actually, pretty good chemistry between these two thus far.
3 receivers right, 1 to the left. The snap. They give it to Williams. He runs right into the line, and not much doing there. Kind of diving forward a little bit, but that'll bring up 3rd and long. It looks like they got a yard. Yeah, 1 yard. So 475 yards now, and you need fewer than 10 to set the mark. Who's going to be the guy to take it across that mark? Will we see the Cats break 500 rushing yards for the first time in their storied program history? 10:35 remaining in the ball game. Clock running. Montana State with the football. This will be the 14th play of this drive. They've only gone 24 yards on this drive, but that's all right. They're chewing up that clock, leading 65-28. Garrett Kuhn is back there. 8 yards to tie, 9 to set the mark. Here's the snap. Austin looking to throw. Fires. Caught by Kuhn out on the right side. Down the right sideline. He's got the first down inside the 5, and he powers forward, diving for the pylon, and he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Garrett Kuhn from 27 yards out. What a run, what a dive by Garrett Kuhn to get in for the score.
Yeah, just a flat route. He just ran from the backfield out into the flat, just a flat arrow. Sean Austin puts it on the money. Good blocking on the perimeter. And Garrett Kuhn does the rest and trucks one guy, finds a way to get the ball over the pylon.
And so for just the 4th time since World War II, Montana State has over 70 points in a game, up 71-28.
We're going to have to wait to see that rushing record broken here.
Yep.
10 minutes left, but it's not going to happen, obviously, on that drive. We'll see if we see it here as the game progresses.
Snap and kick are good. And the Cats lead 72-28. Remember, anytime Bobcats score a touchdown during the 4th quarter at any home or away game, 4 lucky fans will be selected to win a prize. Sign up today at msubobcats.com/RAV4, the number 4. Montana State leading 72-28. 10:10 to go in the ball game at Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
Presented by
See every pulse-pounding, buzzer-beating play in astounding detail. With a patient experience and second to none, experienced doctors, and advanced technology, Vance Thompson Vision, the official LASIK and cataract surgeon of the Bobcats, is your place for laser vision correction. Learn more at VanceThompsonVision.com. Cats leading 72-28. They just completed another 14-play, 75-yard scoring drive over 8 minutes, 7 seconds. Garrett Kuhn had the 27-yard touchdown reception. Kuhn has scored his first 2 career touchdowns today, and Montana State sitting at 475 yards rushing. 483 is the program mark, so the Cats on the cusp there. And today is the 3rd highest scoring output by Montana State since World War II, and the record is 86 points in a game back in 1985. Probably not going to quite get to that, but you could pass the 77-point mark against UC Davis a couple of years ago, as another kick is out of the back of the end zone and another touchback for Blake Glessner. Dan, are you telling people about this record down on the sideline right now? Like, you letting them know?
Yeah, they seem to know. I talked to a couple of the coaches, and so I think Bill Lamberty must be in the coach's box upstairs keeping track of that stuff.
That's his job. Thank you, Bill. We'll take a break. 10-10 to go in the ball game. Montana State up 72-28. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Okay. 10-10 remaining in the ball game. Montana State leading 72-28 over Cal Poly. Let's pause 10 seconds for our network station identification. This is Bobcat football. I'm Keaton Galogly alongside Mikey Ryder and Dylan McPhail. Dan Davies is down on the sideline, and Jesse Ropolato is in the studios today. 10-10 remaining. Montana State up 72-28, the 3rd biggest scoring performance in Montana State history. Cal Poly taking over. Here's the snap. They run left, and he bounces off a tackler and able to dive forward after a very short gain. A Wildcat snap, so it went right to the running back, and he picks up just a couple of yards across the 25-yard line.
Interesting to see some of those wrinkles right there as a motion. The quarterback motions from out behind center and gets the receiver position. They get into Wildcat. Just interesting to see some of these wrinkles so late with 10 minutes to go, down 45 points.
Empty backfield, 2 receivers left, 3 to the right. Here's the snap. Brash fires out into the flat on the left side. That's caught by Coleman, and he spins out of bounds after a very, very short gain again. So still a long way to go here with 3rd down coming up.
We've seen that quite a bit this evening. Brash really trying to work the perimeter outside. They've thrown a lot of those now screens. You've heard me say that all evening long, just trying to get the ball out in space, making the defenders tackle, shed blocks. And all in all, the Cats have done a pretty good job on those all night long.
3 receivers right, 2 to the left. Shotgun snap. Looking to throw. Brash, all the time in the world, takes a deep shot down the right sideline. It is short. Incomplete. And fourth down is coming up for Cal Poly at their own 29-yard line, and they will punt. Bobcat Nation, Toyota has created a rewards program specifically for you. As part of the Toyota Rewards program, you can win exclusive swag throughout the year, along with receiving a premium giveaway in the mail each time you bring your vehicle in to be serviced at your local Montana Toyota dealers. To join the program, visit msubobcats.com/Toyota Rewards to register. Toyota, proud to be a partner of Bobcat Athletics. Hello, Zach Levere, our veteran today, tuning in. I think he's watching us now, too. He's even got the FaceTime going. There it is. Love to see it. Go Cats. Cal Poly ready to boot it away. The right-footed kick is up. Taco Dollar flags it with the fair catch, and he makes the snag near the 40-yard line. We'll take a break, but the Cats on the cusp of history. They've got 475 yards of rushing, and they need to get to 483 to tie the single-game program mark. 8:59 to go in the ballgame. Montana State leading Cal Poly 72-28. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Tire-Rama and Cooper Tires are proud supporters of your MSU Bobcats. Visit TireRama.com for a complete list of stores, services, and special offers. Tire-Rama, more than just a tire store. Montana State up 72 to 28, 8:59 to go in the game. Cats have the football moving from right to left. They're at their own 40-yard line here, and they're on the cusp of setting the program record for most rushing yards in a single game. They've got 475. They need 483. On the offensive line right now, it's Joel McElroy, Aaron Richards, Holton Sampson, Connor Moore, and Jaron Perkins getting in, the younger brother of Justice Perkins. One receiver right, two to the left. Shotgun formation. Garrett Kuhn is back there. Here's the snap. They give it to Kuhn. He runs left. He cuts back. He's across the 50-yard line. He's up to the 40, up to the 30, setting the record inside the 20-yard line. And that will do it. Montana State, for the first time ever, over 500 rushing yards in a single game. And Garrett Kuhn with the exclamation point to set the record. Wow.
Yeah, what a great run. Busted on a nice long one, too. Really good cut. Credit the offensive line up front, really pushing that defensive front along, opening a nice cutback lane. Garrett Kuhn, really good run to seal the deal on the record.
And he's up to 100 yards. So you got two 100-yard rushers. 518 yards on the ground today. The previous record was 483, set back in 1973 against Fresno State. Here's the snap. Austin keeps it. He's running right. He's inside the 10. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Montana State. Their seventh rushing touchdown of the day, setting another single-game program record. Wow.
Great, great play there, Sean Austin. It was a zone read, and he ends up pulling the ball.
Oh, they're bringing it back. Flag on Montana State. I didn't see what the call was.
It's got somebody for a hold, it might look like.
All right, take it back, take it back. So no touchdown on that. Still have the rushing record, but right now they've got 6 rushing touchdowns, not 7. That would have been 7. 8:08 to go in the ball game. Montana State up 72 to 28. Right now, the third highest scoring output in a single game in program history. It was a block below the waist on Devin Slaughter. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Austin keeps it this time. Excuse me, he did not hand it off. He keeps it, and he's tackled for a loss deep in the backfield. So big loss that time. And then bring up third down.
Tried to go back to that same play, just a zone read. He pulls it rather than giving it. And there's a couple defenders there waiting for him.
Montana State at the 21-yard line. They've now backed up out of the Rosauers red zone. They got a long way to go here with second down. It'll be 2nd and 20. One receiver right, two to the left. Sean Austin, the quarterback. Tavian Williams, the running back. Here's the snap. They give it to Williams. He runs up the middle, dives to the line, pushes the pile forward, and he's up to the 13-yard line. Nice run that time. That'll send up third down. It'll be about 3rd and 5 or so.
Again, credit this offensive line and these youngsters getting in. That was a nice push. Tavian Williams, a good burst. Still owning the line of scrimmage.
So that was a hefty run. That was about 15 yards. So Cats up over, I believe, 530 yards now of rushing. They're still keeping the stats, or working the stats back after that touchdown, and the penalty pulled the touchdown off the board for the Cats. They lead 72-28. Shotgun snap, handed off. Williams runs right, and he is tackled right at the line of scrimmage. Short gain that time.
Yeah, it's going to be 4th and 2. But I don't think this offense is coming off the field. They're going to stay on here, see if they can't try and move the chains one more time.
6:25 to go in the ball game. Montana State up 72-28. They've set the single-season rushing record today. And they have tied the most rushing touchdowns in a single game, looking for number 7 here. So they've got 6 rushing touchdowns, 2 passing touchdowns, and they've got 1 defensive touchdown from Ben Seymour. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Williams runs up the middle, and he's in the backfield and still keeping his feet, but he will come up a yard shy. So did get 1 more yard to add to that total, but it'll be a turnover on downs.
Hey, guys, quick thing. I know you guys saw this, but Montana State's women's basketball team beat BYU 69-60, so the Bobcat football team has outscored the women's basketball team today.
That's wild. 69 points is pretty good, especially on the road. That's that's pretty crazy. They've outscored what the men's team has done on the season too. I don't think they broke. They didn't break 60 in that last game. So they're back in action tomorrow. We'll have the call here against Long Beach State. I'll be down there for you. But we will take a break. 5:59 to go in the ball game. Montana State putting up a basketball score. They lead 72-28 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Cat formation. Snap to the running back. He runs right. Cuts upfield and bowled over right away, right at the line of scrimmage. Nice hit inside that time.
Yeah, that was Jory Choate in there on the tackle. Good to see him getting some defensive snaps. We mentioned him early. He's really a glue guy. Been so pivotal on the special teams units last 3 or 4 years here for MSU.
Yeah, we're talking to Choate and Marquis Johnson and Cat Chat this week on Wednesday over at Buffalo Wild Wings for the final Cat Chat of the year. Here's the snap. They throw into the flat on the right side, caught by the halfback, and he is bottled up right away, very, very quickly. Once again, over on that right sideline, Jory Choate in on the stop along with Tyrell Thomas.
Good to see this defense get a stop, forcing a punt. Good job by those youngsters.
So with 4th and 8, they will boot it away, and Taco Dollar back to receive. He's going to position himself right in the middle of that C and P at the 50-yard line. Montana State up 72-28. Punter for Cal Poly standing in the end zone, ready for the snap. Here it is, chest high. Right-footed kick in the air. That one's got a little bit of leg to it. Taco Dollar backing up to the 40-yard line, and he makes the fair catch. A nice kick. That was over 50 yards. That was quite the boot. And Montana State will take over at about their own 40-yard line with 4:02 to go in the game, up 72-28. So as you look at some of these records, they've already broken the single-game rushing record. They have tied the single-game rushing touchdown record, and this is the 3rd highest scoring performance since World War II. They put up 77 points against UC Davis back in 2014, so that's the most recent time. And the record is 86 points in 1985 against Eastern Oregon State.
You scored a lot of points in California.
Yes, California is a good place to go. Reason they call it the Golden State. Find a lot of gold here. Here's the snap. They hand it off. Williams runs up the middle, stays on his feet. Tough run. He gets up to the 45-yard line, add another 5 yards to the record mark, which is continuing to climb here. Not a big guy, but boy, he really had a little something there.
Yeah, he's physical. He hits that hole really, really hard. You mentioned he's not all that big, but he's running really confidently when he's had his opportunities.
Montana State has 731 yards of offense today. I have to check that record, too. I only have so much time to flip through the whole record book. We need more texts from Bill. Bill, help! At their own 45-yard line, 3:25 remaining in the game. Clock winding down with the Cats up 72-28. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. They hand it off to Williams. He runs forward and dives across the line of scrimmage, shy of the first down marker by about 2 yards. Boy, they really waited a long time to blow that whistle. He was down on the ground for a beat or 3 before they actually finally blew the whistle that time. So it'll be 3rd and 2. Montana State approaching 550 yards on the ground now. And they have rushed the ball 52 times. 52 rushes, 23 passes.
That's the record I'd like to see, how many rushes.
We have it. I just have to flip through it.
Yep.
Paul Schaefer's got that.
2:39 remaining in the game with the clock running. Cats up 72-28. Here's the snap. Austin keeps it. He runs right, dives across the line of scrimmage, and has the first Interstate Bank first down. Carries a man an extra yard or two, and he gets himself up to the 47-yard line. So first down for the Cats into plus territory.
Good decision by Sean Austin. Another zone read opportunity for him. He just plays his responsibility. That defensive end closes down. Good, easy pull read for him. And he does the rest to move the chains.
I think Paul Schaefer, if I'm not mistaken, 58 carries, 234 yards against the Grizzlies.
Ooh,
1968.
I'll check that. I can tell you that the most rushes in a game was 78 as a team in 1974 against Fresno State. Here's the snap. It's bobbled. Austin able to recover, and he is swarmed at the 50-yard line. So 4-yard loss. So that'll knock down a little bit on that total rushing yards today. But just a little bobble. It's okay. Really haven't seen too much of that with a lot of the new guys and some of the younger guys. Holden Sampson running the center position right now for Montana State. And yes, Paul Schaefer, 58 carries, 1968 against Montana. Paul Schaefer also has the second most with 42 rushes. The next year, 1969, also against Montana. And Don Hass had 42 rushes in 1967 against Montana. Nicely done, Dan.
I was at that game in 1968.
Here's the snap, and the handoff is bobbled, but Williams able to recover it.
How about that? Paul Schaefer between 1968 and 69 in the Cat Grizz game had 100 carries even. That's something else.
That was actually a fumble recovery by Cal Poly. So Williams bobbled it. I thought he had grabbed it, but I was mistaken. Cal Poly has recovered the football, and they will take over with 1:08 to go in the game. Cats up 72-28. Montana parents know parenting isn't easy. ParentingMontana.org provides you with a way to build the skills your children need to be successful. ParentingMontana.org, tools for your child's success. Becoming quite acquainted with the record book today, and Dan just showing off all of his trivia. He had like 3 of those records off the top of his head. What do you do before you go to bed, Dan? You just like thumb through the record book every night?
I've got a lot of worthless information up there, but this was pertinent.
There's the snap and a run to the left side. A big hit there at the line of scrimmage. And I think it might be no gain with 1:01 remaining in the game, but there is a flag on the play.
Going to get him for another chop block here on this offensive line.
Correct. So it looks like Montana State's going to finish with 554 rushing yards today, 744 total yards of offense. They got 190 through the air. Sean Austin had 110 yards on only 6 passes today. It's pretty impressive stuff. But he looks good. I mean, Sean Austin looks comfortable. Looks like he just knows what he's doing. Made some good passes, really put the ball right on the money multiple times. 5 of 6 through the air. Made some nice decisions in terms of the RPO and has run the football well. He runs with a little bit of oomph, too. I mean, look, if you're going to put up over 550 yards of offense, you need a lot of guys who know how to lower the boom on the ground. Here's the snap. They hand it off. He runs right and bottled up again at the line of scrimmage. So nearly no gain. 29 seconds left. Are they going to use another timeout? They will, I believe. No, still running. They're coming out, and they're going to let it go. So that will do it. Final tackle there by Neil Daly to finish this ball game off, and the Bobcats have won it in historic fashion today. Montana State, the 3rd highest scoring output in program history, 72-28, and they set the program mark for the most rushing yards in a single game, going up over 550. They put up 554 yards of offense and 744 yards total today. What a performance. I mean, look, this is exactly what the Cats needed to do. Tommy Malott did not play in the second half. Sean Chambers looked like he was lobbying to get himself in there, but he didn't have to play. And so the Cats have set it up. They come out of this relatively healthy, although David Alston looks like he's in a knee brace now, so we'll see what the prognosis is there. Obviously, Brody Grebe was out, but Montana State is 9-1, and they will head into the Brawl of the Wild at 7-0, and a win next week would secure another Big Sky Conference championship.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since one of those has been won. I think 2012
Correct.
was the last season. And that's a long time. And so 10 years, and there's been a lot of successful football that's been played in Bozeman. And it's the conference championship that's been pretty elusive for the last 10 years. So next week, without saying, goes without saying, but it's a big week.
To Montana State University in Bozeman, we like to think outside, but not just because we have access to some of the best outdoor recreation on the planet. We like to think outside because we are creators, researchers, artists, and thinkers breaking boundaries in over 250 fields. Montana State University, mountains and mines. We'll take a break. Montana State is 9-1. They're 7-0 in the Big Sky. Brent Vigen is 21-4 as the head coach at Montana State, and he is 14-1 in the Big Sky with the Brawl of the Wild on deck next week at high noon in Bozeman. We will take a break as we get into the postgame show. Montana State 72, Cal Poly 28. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. right, here we go. Montana State winning it today 72-28, and Dan Davies is down with head coach Brent Vigen now.
We're here with Coach Vigen. I just showed him the stats from the game here today, and he had a smile on his face.
It's a lot of yards. Yeah, I mean, our guys came out, and we knew we needed to perform better than we did last week, and not allow Cal Poly to find their way. And I thought we did that on all three phases. And offensively, to pile up that many yards in the ground attack is something else.
And how about, you held a lot of guys in that second half. A lot of the young guys got a lot of quality turns. That's got to make you feel good, too.
Yeah, first time in a while. We got a couple games like that early where some guys got in the game, but, that whole second half defensively was backups. And they gave up a couple scores, but ultimately they buckled down at the end. And those guys, I'm sure, grew quite a bit tonight.
And it's Grizzly Week. We'll get ready for that. And I know you got a good plan for planning through the week. That's a tough week, but it's an exciting week.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we got so much on the table next week. We have a great week of preparation. Go out there and be able to play our best next Saturday. But we'll enjoy this tonight. Fly home and get ready to get after it come Sunday. So
awesome! Congratulations. Go see your team.
All right, thanks a lot. Go Cats.
All right, guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Dan. That was head coach Brent Vigen. Cats win it today, 72-28. We'll take a break with more of the Ribbon Chop House postgame show after this. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. We're back on the Ribbon Chop House post-game show at Montana's Ribbon Chop House. Our staff is dedicated to creating extraordinary experiences that raise the bar in each of our communities. Enjoy premium steaks, fresh seafood, and award-winning baby back ribs. We look forward to sharing a little Rocky Mountain hospitality with you. Montana State getting the victory 72-28 today. Let's take a look at the Town Pump stats in this ball game. Montana State 744 yards of offense, 190 in the air, and 554 on the ground. Cal Poly 408 total yards, 317 passing, 91 rushing yards. Montana State went 11 for 14 on third down. Cal Poly went 4 for 12 in this ball game. Montana State had 1 turnover, while Cal Poly had 2. Individually for Montana State, Tommy Malott played in just the first half. He went 7 of 17 through the air with 80 yards. Sean Austin 5 for 6 through the air, 110 yards, 2 touchdown passes. Marquis Johnson, one of the greatest rushing performances in program history, 242 yards on 13 carries. He had 4 rushing touchdowns today and was about 50 yards shy of the program record. Garrett Kuhn, 13 carries, 100 yards today. Elijah Elliott averaged 13 yards per carry, 7 for 89. Tommy Millott, 4 carries for 58. Travion Williams, 10 for 40. And Sean Austin, 3 for 2. And Derek Snell, 1 carry, 1 yard, 1 touchdown in this ball game. And individually receiving, Cleveland Thomas Jr., 3 catches, 73 yards, including a 53-yard catch and scamper. Willie Patterson, 3 catches, 51 yards. Garrett Kuhn, 2 for 32. Malik Mullins, his first 2 catches in a Cats uniform, 2 for 25. Aiden Garrigan got his first career touchdown, 1 catch, 7 yards. And Elijah Elliott, 1 catch and 2 yards. Serving all your garage door needs, DoorTech is raising the door on quality. We'll take a break. When we get back, we'll return with Mikey Ryder and Dan Davies. Cats have won it today by a final score of 72-28. More of the Ribbon Chop House postgame show after this. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.
Oh, my feet got cold. I had to stand up. I'm like, whew.
Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hot here, hot. That's good. First game you're done in a stocking cap?
For football, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've definitely done it for baseball before.
Oh, yeah. A little more ears for me. A little bit. Okay, good. Thank you.
But, yeah. Back on the Ribbon Chop House post-game show. I'm Keaton Galogly along with Mikey Ryder and Dan Davies up into the broadcast booth now. Well, Dan got to see history today. First time the Cats have ever gone over 500 rushing yards. They put up officially 554, 744 yards of offense. They scored 6 rushing touchdowns, and Marquis Johnson set the tone with 4 of them. Pretty special night out here in Cal Poly.
Yeah, it was magical, and the game plan that the offensive coaches put together and the way the players executed the plan is it was remarkable to watch. And of course, when you've got a speedster that gets in space and takes it to the house 3 or 4 times, it's even better. So yeah, it was a magical night down there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to come down and what is an inferior opponent. I mean, they're 1-8, and so you really want to show that, especially in the trenches, and really to impose your will on them. And that's exactly what happened, both offensively and defensively. But we saw it exponentially on the offensive side of the ball as you rack up so many rushing yards. And there's just nothing more demoralizing on a defense when someone just runs right at you.
Yeah, and I mean, everybody performed well in the ground game. Garrett Kuhn got to 100 yards, his first career touchdown. Elijah Elliott averaged almost 13 yards a carry, but Marquis Johnson stole the show. I mean, those rushes he had, the speed he showed, he had three of those 4 touchdowns were over 50 yards. He had one other shorter one. I mean, but Dan, you're down, you're a little bit closer. I mean, the burst of speed he had, that's like, he looks like an Olympian out there.
Well, and, he hasn't had that many carries throughout the season, so I think the game has kind of slowed down for him, and he was able to speed up from the standpoint of seeing where things are going to happen, and then when you see it, you got to go. And he did that today and read his blocks beautifully for the most part, and it was obviously he's the one that carried the football, but there were some holes there that those guys up front created, the receivers blocking downfield. It was the whole thing, but man, he does have that extra gear.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, and we saw some real straight line speed because some of those were such big holes that he made one cut, and you got to see just, I mean, if you were to start the stopwatch, like how fast could you run 60 yards? I mean, it was a straight line, not a whole lot of cuts, and we got to see it, and he outran quite a few defenders.
All right, let's talk about a couple other things here. I want to touch on Tommy Malotte's performance through the air. Dan, really through the last 2 weeks, really haven't seen the touch you would want to see from Malotte in the passing game. What are you seeing in what he's doing and how he's delivering the ball?
Yeah, it's probably a combination of things. It's hard to get in a rhythm when you're running the football so well. And, from the story, he did, Willie Patterson got a 50-50 ball today, and he hasn't been getting at Northern Arizona last week. He didn't get those 50-50 balls, or very many of them. So I think that's got to happen. It's not just on the Tommy, but he has been off a little bit here the last couple of weeks, and it could be for a variety of reasons. But I noticed several times, and I didn't ever have a real tight spiral on some of his balls, and I don't know the reason for that, but. It's just getting more confidence, I think, for him, feeling good, knowing the receivers are going to go make the catch when they need to, and a lot of times he had pressure today too. He getting flushed out and throwing on the run, so that has effect as well.
And Mikey, as we look at the secondary for Montana State, they still ended up giving up 317 yards through the air in this game, and a lot of those were kind of early in that contest. I mean, that secondary, man, it is kind of one of the big question marks as we move forward.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think there's some communication errors. There was a bust there on one deep ball in particular, and those things have got to be fixed as you head into a rivalry week, and then you look into the playoffs. And I did mention it. It goes hand in hand. Your pass rush and your secondary play, they go hand in hand. And so it's no one person's fault, no position group's fault. But I'm telling you that the better your defensive line pressure is, the better your secondary is, and vice versa. If the better your secondary is in terms of coverage and locking guys down and being disciplined in zones and playing man-to-man and taking away easy throws, well, then you're giving your defensive line a lot more time to get to the passer. So they really do go hand in hand, and they're going to have to play really, really well next week to beat the Montana Grizzlies.
All right, well, let's turn our attention to next week. I mean, literally everything's on the line, right? I mean, you got to beat the Grizz. One thing that Brent Vigen has not yet done in his 2 years is beat the Grizz. He only had the one game against them last year. Cats are trying to win a Big Sky title. If you win next week, you get at least a share. And Sac State has a tough game against UC Davis, who was up big earlier against Idaho. So never know what's going to happen there for Sac State. We'll obviously be keeping an eye on that. And then, of course, you've got a chance to lock up really at least a top 3 seed. If you win next week, you got a top 3 at minimum, depending on what South Dakota State and Sac State do. So, Dan, as we kind of look forward to this Brawl of the Wild next week, what are your first initial thoughts?
Well, there's a lot on the table, to take, and that's the way you want it. You want this game to mean more than just beating the Grizzlies. And from this standpoint, the way this season's progressed and the momentum that the Bobcats have right now is it's remarkable. And when it comes down to this, and it means so much, conference championship, beating the Grizzlies in Bobcat Stadium, and potentially knocking them out of the playoff picture. There's a lot to play for, none without a doubt. But then it is Grizzly Week. It started. It starts tonight, and the players and coaches are going to enjoy this game. But man, it's and you know, being through this a lot, it's so important to manage the week. And I know coaches know what that is, and he's going to have his coaches and players prepared.
Mikey, you nervous yet?
You can't help but get nerves. It's just part of what it means. And I know Dan is the exact same way. It's part of the deal, and you've played in it and coached in it, and it means so much to the state. And then I like what Dan just said. There's so much to take. You're in the driver's seat. This is, what you play for and why you come to Montana State, and it's you control your own destiny. I mean, you need to go, but you have to go take it, and it's going to be that reminds me a lot of 2010. I think about my senior year, and it was the same thing. You get an opportunity to knock the Grizzlies out of the playoffs, an opportunity to go win a conference title. And so a lot on the table, but this is why you come here, and this team is capable, and you got to do your best to block out the noise and realize that it's still the same football game that you're going to play next week, a little bit of added juice, but this team will be ready, I have no doubt.
Cats will be going for their 5th undefeated Big Sky Conference title in program history next Saturday at noon against the Grizz. All right, Dan, Mikey, thank you. Dan, you're done. Mikey will be back with him in a moment as we take a break. Cats win it today 72-28 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield. Back on the Raymond Chop House post-game show, Montana State wins it 72-28 over Cal Poly. Let's take a look at the First Security Bank highlight of the game. That was our First Security Bank highlight of the game as the Cats have won it today 72-28. At Montana's Ribbon Chop House, our staff is dedicated to creating extraordinary experiences that raise the bar in each of our communities. Enjoy premium steaks, fresh seafood, and award-winning baby back ribs. We look forward to sharing a little Rocky Mountain hospitality with you. Take one more break, start getting you set for next week. Montana State wins it 72-28 over Cal Poly. This is Bobcat football from Learfield.